Chapter 14-17. Son of the Ninth Dimension. Yi Xian was speechless. What was this old man by dizzy trying to do? Venerable Me said. He's probably doing this to confuse our opponents. Yi Xian smiled. Let him be. He looked at Venerable Me. The fifth dimension might not be peaceful during this period of time. You have to keep an eye on it. Venerable Me nodded. Understood. With that, he quietly retreated. Within the room, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and started to study the Tao scripture. With this Tao scripture, his Tao sword and Tao body would have a qualitative breakthrough. Power. Without power, everything was nonsense. In the fifth dimension, Lianzun looked down. Beside him was the ancestor. After a while, Lianzun suddenly smiled. If we make a move now, what are our chances of winning? The ancestor shook his head. Unknown. Lianzun frowned. Unknown. The ancestor nodded. I've calculated it, but the heavenly secrets here are illusory, especially that Yi Xian. His fate cannot be determined. Lianzun said softly. So mysterious? The ancestor nodded. However, I suggest that we make a move as soon as possible. Because this person is too monstrous, the longer we delay, the greater the price we will have to pay. Lianzun was silent. The ancestor asked, Are you worried about that plain-dressed girl? Lianzun looked up into the depths of the starry sky. I wonder about that plain-dressed girl. That person's bloodline is not simple either. I've never seen such a strange bloodline. Other than that, don't forget that woman from the sword sect. Hearing this, the ancestor's expression became solemn. Situtingyan. It was this woman that caused In Yuan to suffer heavy losses. Lianzun said. I've already investigated. The sword sect below and Situtingyun's sword sect are in the meridian opening realm. In other words, when we make a move, Situtingyan might also make a move. The ancestor said solemnly. But if we don't make a move now, once Mu Niannian recovers his memories and strength, then, Mu Niannian. Hearing this, Lianzun's expression turned solemn. This woman had almost killed a Tao ancestor with less than 30% of her strength. Most importantly, she had suppressed the entire fifth dimension by herself. Conservatively speaking, this woman's strength was at least above the Tao realm. The previous master said solemnly, No matter what, the longer we drag it out, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Lianzun looked up towards the depths of the starry sky. That Tao father should be finding that woman soon. The previous teacher asked, What if that woman's strength exceeds our expectations? Lianzun asked, Is our dark abyss very weak? The previous teacher was silent. Lianzun said with a smile, Whether it's Tingyun Mu Niannian, or that woman in a plain dress, I only don't look down on them. I'm not afraid of them. If it wasn't for the ancient god abyss, we would have destroyed them as well. The previous teacher hesitated for a moment before saying, We still can't underestimate the enemy. Lianzun slowly closed his eyes. I won't underestimate the enemy, but I, the Dark Abyss, have never been afraid of anyone. Arrogant? No, he was confident. And Yuan had the capital to do so. At this moment, Lianzun suddenly asked, Is there any movement from the ancient god Abyss? The first teacher shook his head. There's no movement. Lianzun frowned. Could it be that they aren't tempted by the Tao scriptures? The previous master said solemnly. It shouldn't be that he isn't tempted. He is probably observing in the dark and waiting for an opportunity. After a moment of silence, Lianzun said, No matter what, let us know. Keep an eye on them. The first master nodded. Understood. Lianzun looked down and chuckled. Wait for the Tao ancestors' news, then we will make our move. The previous teacher quietly retreated. Lianzun slowly closed his eyes and said softly, Tao ancestor should have found that woman by now. In the five-dimensional universe. 10 days later, Yi Xian walked out of the room and slowly closed his eyes. He operated the Tao body cultivation method, and gradually, a mysterious aura appeared around his body. Taoist body supreme energy. Yi Xian glanced at the layer of stellar energy on his body. This layer of stellar energy was equivalent to a shield. If one wanted to hurt his body, they had to break through this layer of stellar energy first. and the strength of this layer of stellar energy was dependent on his Tao body. In other words, the stronger his Tao body was, the stronger this layer of stellar energy was. Most importantly, as long as his body was not broken, he could continue to use this stellar energy. Simply put, unless the opponent broke his stellar energy and body in an instant, he would be able to continuously use this Tao body supreme energy. As long as his stellar energy and body could not be broken in an instant, he was invincible. It had to be said that even Yi Xian felt that this Tao scripture martial art and mental cultivation method was too abnormal. Other than this Tao body, the power of his Tao sword had also been greatly enhanced, at least 5 times. It could be said that the difference between this Tao scripture martial art and the mental cultivation method was like heaven and earth. Only with the assistance of the Tao scripture martial art could it be considered a true Tao scripture martial art. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The person who came was an old acquaintance of his. In Yao Yao. Yi Xian smiled. Heavenly King, how have you been? In Yao Yao sized up Yi Xian. Your strength has increased again? Yi Xian smiled. You can say so. In Yao Yao glanced at Yi Xian. You are getting stronger by the day. Yi Xian laughed. Heavenly King, there must be something you need from me, right? In Yao Yao looked at Yi Xian. From what we know, the Dark Abyss might be making a move. The Dark Abyss. Yi Xian's smile gradually disappeared. Do you know how many people they have? In Yao Yao shook her head. Nothing. Yi Xian was silent. Qi Yao Yao continued. In any case, you have to be careful. The Dark Abyss is not like doubting. If they want to make a move, they will definitely be prepared for everything. In other words, once they make a move, they might not give you any chance. Yi Xian nodded. Thank you for the reminder. In Yao Yao asked, have you come into contact with the whirling world? Yi Xian nodded. Yes, I have. Qi Yao Yao said. But you still have to be careful of them. They haven't made a move yet, probably waiting for the Dark Abyss to make a move. Yi Xian nodded. I know. In Yao Yao hesitated, then asked, when will Miss Nian Nian regain her memory? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I don't know. In Yao Yao looked at Yi Xian, not saying anything. Yi Xian said again. I really don't know. Nian Nian showed no signs of regaining her memory. In Yao Yao sighed softly. I thought things would come to an end after the doubting incident, but now the whirling sect and the Dark Abyss have appeared. With that, she glanced at Yi Xian. Take care. With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian was silent where he was. At this moment, Nian Nian appeared beside Yi Xian. She gently held Yi Xian's hand. Is it because of me? Yi Xian shook his head. It's not because of you, it's because of me. Nian Nian tilted her head and looked at Yi Xian. Why? Why? Yi Xian said with a smile. Because I have some good stuff that they all want. Nian Nian frowned slightly. Why? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said. Maybe I look easy to bully. Nian Nian blurted out. I'll protect you. With that, she was stunned. Yi Xian was also stunned. She looked at Nian Nian. Nian Nian. You. Nian Nian was a little confused. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Did you remember something? Nian Nian shook her head. No. I don't know what happened to me just now. Yi Xian gently rubbed Nian Nian's little head, smiled. It's fine, it's fine. Let's go, I'll take you to roast fish. Hearing this, Nian Nian's eyes lit up. Okay. Yi Xian laughed. He took Nian Nian's hand and walked into the distance. Behind the two of them was Venerated Me. At this moment, an old man appeared beside Venerated Me. It was Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy said softly. Are you worried? Venerated Me nodded. But I don't think Tao Master is worried at all. Bai Dizzy said he's not worried, he should have a plan to deal with it. Venerated Me shook his head. Recently, there have been some mysterious auras appearing in the 5th dimension. Some of them are so powerful. I'm afraid they've already surpassed Tao attainment. Bai Dizzy was silent. Venerated Me sighed. Those 6 scrolls of Tao scriptures are really a disaster. Bai Dizzy glanced at Venerated Me. Do you think if we hand them over, and Yuan will let him and the 5th dimension go? Venerated Me frowned. Why not? Isn't their goal the 6 scrolls of Tao scriptures? Bai Dizzy looked at Venerated Me. If you were in Yuan, after snatching Yi Xian's 6 scrolls of Tao scriptures, would you still let him and Mu Niannian live? Venerated Me was silent. Definitely not. Because if these two were alive, they would pose too great of a threat. Thinking of this, Venerated Me sighed. Bai Dizzy continued. Whether it's in Yuan or Whirling Sect, they won't let Yi Xian and Mu Niannian live, just like us. If we don't kill Yi Xian and Mu Niannian, once Yi Xian grows up, or Mu Niannian recovers his memory and strength, at that time, who can withstand their revenge? Saying this, he looked at Yi Xian and Niannian in the distance, whispering, I've dealt with him so many times. This guy is very sinister, let's wait and see. Venerated Me nodded. That's the only way. Bai Dizzy said. I'm going to find Jin Wu. Venerated Me frowned. Will he come back? Bai Dizzy whispered. I'll try my best to persuade him to come back. Saying this, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. Somewhere in the starry sky, Tao Ancestor flew through the sky, his speed reaching the extreme. Wherever he passed, the starry sky trembled, looking for the plain-dressed woman. In fact, he had long wanted to see who this woman was, because this woman was too mysterious. She only needed one sword to kill. This was the result of their investigation. Other than this, there was no other information. How strong was she? No one knew. But Tao Ancestor knew. He would know soon. At this moment, Tao Ancestor suddenly looked into the distance, his eyes narrowed. I finally found you. Let me see if you can kill me with one sword. Saying this, his speed suddenly increased. PS Vote. Chapter 14:18. In the endless starry sky, the stars shone brightly, mysterious and tranquil. How big was the universe? No one knew. Even the plain-dressed woman did not know. She walked from the 3rd dimension to the 5th dimension, but there was still no end to the starry sky. The starry sky was the same as the path of martial arts. There was no end, and no one knew where it ended. The vast universe was endless. The plain-dressed woman walked slowly. She walked very slowly because she could not completely sense that person. To be precise, it was the source of the calamity. Fate. Everyone in the world was studying fate, including the owner of the Tao scripture. But had fate really been studied? Man conquers nature? Many people were strong enough to change their fate, but who could be sure that the fate you changed was not your true fate? In fact, she had tried to forcefully cut off the cause of the calamity on Yi Xian's body. With her strength, it was not difficult at all to cut off the cause of the calamity. Just one sword was enough. But she gave up in the end, because she realized that if she cut off the cause of the calamity, Yi Xian would die. There was only one explanation. This cause of the calamity had a lot to do with Yi Xian himself. Fate was like an invisible hand that controlled everything in the dark. Her goal was to find out who this giant hand belonged to, find it, and then kill it. At this moment, a voice came from behind the plain-dressed woman. I finally found you. The plain-dressed woman stopped in her tracks. A man suddenly appeared 100 feet in front of her. Tao Ancestor. The Tao Ancestor looked at the plain-dressed woman and smiled. It was not easy to find you. The plain-dressed woman looked at the Tao Ancestor and did not speak. The Tao Ancestor chuckled. I only came this time for one purpose, and that is to see how strong you are. How strong? The plain-dressed woman said softly. You want to know how strong I am? The Tao Ancestor looked at the plain-dressed woman. Yes. The plain-dressed woman shook her head. You will be disappointed. The Tao Ancestor frowned slightly. What do you mean? The plain-dressed woman walked towards the Tao Ancestor. I don't know myself, so how would you know? As the voice fell, the plain-dressed woman had already appeared tens of thousands of feet behind the Tao Ancestor. In the same place, the Tao Ancestor looked into the distance, his eyes empty. In between his eyebrows, there was a small sword hole. The plain-dressed woman drew her sword. She drew her sword. However, he did not know when she had struck. When did she do it? Of course, this was not the main point. Most importantly, his Tao father was dead. Moreover, the woman in the plain dress had only used one sword strike. Even at that moment, the Tao Ancestor still did not know how strong the woman in the plain dress was, because she only used one sword. In the starry sky, the body of the Tao ancestor became more and more illusory. He knew that he was going to disappear completely. At that moment, the Tao ancestor suddenly smiled. "What are you laughing at?" He laughed at himself for being a frog in a well. Before coming here, he felt that even if he wasn't a match for the woman in a plain dress, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape unscathed. However, only now did he realize how childish his thoughts were. All this while, whether it was doubting or in Yuan, they had both placed great importance on the plain-dressed lady. However, at this moment, he realized that they had underestimated her. Great contempt. When they faced the plain-dressed lady, they thought that she was at most at the attainment of Tao. That was because the attainment of Tao was already the highest realm they could come into contact with. However, at that moment he suddenly understood that the woman in the plain dress might be so strong that it was beyond their understanding. It was very stupid to use their eyes and knowledge to measure the woman in the plain dress. Because no matter how much they valued her, they were actually underestimating her. She was already so strong that it was beyond their understanding. He only understood this at the moment of his death. Apart from that, he also understood why no one knew how terrifying the woman in the plain dress was. It was because those who had seen her might have already died. As if he thought of something, he said softly, "Yi Xian, you have such a strong backing. Why don't you say it? Isn't this harming others?" As he said that, he opened his palm and a copper coin slowly floated up. Soon, a voice rang out in the starry sky. "The woman in the plain dress, isn't that strong?" This sentence disappeared in the starry sky along with the copper coin. The Tao ancestor also disappeared along with it. If he couldn't take revenge, then he would drag a few more people to be buried with him. He also wanted to drag Yi Xian to be buried with him, but his strength didn't allow him to. Since he couldn't drag Yi Xian to be buried with him, then he could drag others. In the distance, the woman in the plain dress continued to move forward. To her, what happened just now was just a small interlude. She didn't take it to heart at all. After an unknown amount of time, the woman in the plain dress suddenly stopped. Not far in front of her, there was a huge city wall. This city wall spanned tens of thousands of miles across the starry sky, almost separating the entire starry sky. On these city walls, there were statues holding long spears. Behind the city wall, it was hazy and nothing could be seen. The woman in the plain dress did not stop and continued to move forward. Soon, the woman in the plain dress arrived at the city gate. The city gate was open and there was no one guarding it. The woman in the plain dress continued to move forward. At this moment, a voice floated out from the city gate. "One more step and you will die." The woman in the plain dress glanced at the city gate. "You're begging for death." After saying that, she had already entered the city gate. A moment later, a bloody head rolled out of the city gate. Inside the city gate, an angry shout suddenly rang out. "Who are you?" There was no response, but another head rolled out of the city gate. Soon, a powerful aura suddenly shot into the sky from within the city gate. Following that, an ancient voice came from within the city gate. "Who are you? How dare you invade my Xian city?" Before the voice faded, another head rolled out from within the city gate. At this moment, a voice rang out from within the city gate. "Senior, my Xian city's words just now have offended you. Please forgive me." This time, no head rolled out from within the city gate. A moment later, an incomparably respectful voice rang out from within the city gate. "We respectfully send off Senior. Senior, take care." In the five-dimensional universe, in the starry sky, the previous master beside Lien Zun suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, a copper coin appeared in front of him. Lien Zun looked at the previous master. "There's news?" The previous master said softly. "The Tao ancestor is dead." "Dead?" Lien Zun frowned slightly. "Did he say anything?" The previous master said solemnly. "He said that the woman in the plain dress is not that strong." "Not that strong?" Lien Zun said softly. "Looks like he fought with the woman in the plain dress." The previous master was silent. Lien Zun continued. "Looks like this woman in the plain dress will at most achieve the Tao. If that's the case, then there's nothing to be afraid of." The previous master shook his head. "I still feel that this matter is not simple." Lien Zun looked at the previous master. What do you mean? The previous master said solemnly. I can't say for sure, but I have a bad feeling. After a moment of silence, Lian Zun shook his head. No matter what, it's time to make a move. As he said that, he looked down at the five-dimensional universe. If we continue to wait, once that Mu Niannian recovers his memories and strength, it will be troublesome. The previous master did not say anything. He raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. He wanted to sense the woman in the plain dress, but he could not sense her at all. As if he had thought of something, he took out the tortoise shell to make a divination. However, he could not calculate anything. Lian Zun laughed. Don't think too much. As long as she doesn't surpass that level, we can deal with her. As he said that, he turned around and opened his palm. A black seal suddenly flew out. In the next moment, the seal directly turned into a pitch-black door. The door stood in the starry sky, and inside the door was a black whirlpool. A moment later, the space inside the door suddenly trembled. Not long later, 1,000 experts with spears and black shields walked out. Underworld army. Among these 1,000 people, the lowest was at the Dao validation realm, and the equipment they were wearing were all top-notch equipment. Other than these 1,000 people, there were 6 black-robed elders beside Lian Zun. 6 Dao attainment realm experts. Including Lian Zun and the previous master, there were a total of 8 Dao attainment realm experts. Lian Zun suddenly laughed. Let's go meet this young Master Yi. After saying that, he disappeared. Below, in the five-dimensional universe, Yi Xian, who was playing with Nian Nian, suddenly raised his head. After a moment of silence, he looked down at Nian Nian and said with a smile, You play by yourself, I have something to do. Nian Nian gazed at Yi Xian. All right. Yi Xian grinned, and was about to leave when Nian Nian suddenly grabbed his hand. Yi Xian looked at Nian Nian and smiled. What's wrong? Nian Nian hesitated for a moment and said, I'll wait for you. Yi Xian smiled. All right. Nian Nian gazed at Yi Xian. Don't lie to me. Yi Xian roared with laughter. I definitely won't lie to you. As he spoke, he rubbed Nian Nian's little head lightly, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. In the sky above Dao City, a ray of light descended in front of Lian Zun, and then it dispersed to reveal Yi Xian's figure. Lian Zun smiled. Yi Xian, we meet again. Yi Xian grinned. What's your name? Lian Zun smiled. You can call me Lian Zun. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, There doesn't seem to be any deep enmity between me and an Yuan. Lian Zun nodded. Indeed. However, we've taken a liking to the Taoist scriptures in your possession. So can you give us those scrolls of Tao scriptures? Yi Xian smiled. I, Yi Xian, have always been very generous to my loved ones. Why don't you become one of my loved ones? In that case, I'll give the Taoist scriptures to you. Lian Zun frowned slightly. Become one of your loved ones. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. I'll take you as my son. In that way, aren't we family? Since we're family, then what harm is there in giving them to you? Lian Zun's expression instantly turned cold. Yi Xian, do you only know how to use words? Yi Xian chuckled. You want the Taoist scriptures yet aren't willing to be my son. Since you're not my son, then why should I give them to you? Lian Zun gazed at Yi Xian. Kill. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a sword appeared there. He roared with laughter. Lian Zun, why don't we have a fight first? Lian Zun chuckled. I have the advantage in numbers. Why should I fight you in a one-on-one battle? As he spoke, he looked down and his gaze fell on Nian Nian, who was on the street below. Kill her. The true source of his fear was Mu Niannian. When he heard Lian Zun, an old man at the Dao attainment realm charged towards Mu Niannian. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of the old man. The old man frowned slightly, and then he raised his fist and swung it. Bang! The ray of light didn't shatter, but the old man was pushed over 30 and back. Lian Zun frowned when he witnessed this scene. Yi Xian's strength had exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, Yi Xian appeared in front of Lian Zun, and then he swung his sword. Lian Zun's eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Xian intends to kill me first. But is that even possible? Suddenly, Lian Zun's expression changed drastically. because an enormous Tai Chi diagram had suddenly appeared beneath Yi Xian's feet. Along with the appearance of the Tai Chi diagram, his cultivation had been forcefully suppressed from the peak of the Dao attainment realm to the Dao control realm. He'd been directly suppressed by an entire realm. Moreover, Lian Xun possessed 4 domains. 4 domains. Moreover, Yi Xian's attack was a Dao sword, a strengthened version of the Dao sword. In an instant, Yi Xian had practically utilized all his trump cards. At this moment, terror appeared in Lian Xun's eyes. He hadn't expected that Yi Xian would become so terrifying in an instant. He didn't give it any further thought. He'd lost the initiative, so he didn't even have a chance to dodge. He could only defend passively. Lian Xun suddenly raised his arms, and a powerful force swept out from within him. Bang! Everyone watched as Yi Xian's sword descended. Bang! Lian Xun's body was blasted into pieces. Lian Xun's soul was about to flee. Meanwhile, Yi Xian swung his sword with his left hand, and it struck Lian Xun's head. In an instant, Lian Xun's soul was absorbed. It was an instant kill. Yi Xian sheathed his sword, and then he glanced at the dumbstruck crowd. That's it? I didn't even get to attack and he fell. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 14:19. Silence. Deathly silence. No one expected Yi Xian to kill Lian Xun in seconds. Lian Xun was at the peak of the Dao attainment realm. Let alone the Dark Abyss experts. Even Venerable Me and the rest on Yi Xian's side were shocked. Yi Xian killed a Dao attainment realm expert in seconds. This was too exaggerated. In fact, even Yi Xian himself was shocked. His goal just now was to heavily injure Lian Xun, but he didn't expect to kill him instead. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated his own strength all along. It should be said that he underestimated the power of the Dao Seal and Dao Scripture. The main reason he could kill Lian Xun in seconds was because of the Dao Seal and Dao Scripture. One must know that the Dao Seal not only brought him infinitely close to the Dao attainment realm, it also suppressed Lian Xun to the Dao controlling realm. Lian Xun no longer had an advantage in terms of cultivation realm. Coupled with the suppression of his 4 domains and the element of surprise, Lian Xun was killed. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the Dark Abyss experts. You guys don't really think I'm weak, do you? The ancestor stared at Yi Xian. Retreat. Retreat. He now understood that the Dark Abyss had severely underestimated Yi Xian's strength. Yi Xian's cultivation realm did not match his battle power. Retreat. Yi Xian's lips curled up. Do you think this is your home? You can come and go as you please. With that, he drew his sword and charged out. Venerable Me and the rest also made their move. Although the 5th dimension had fewer Dao attainment realm experts than the Dark Abyss, at this moment, the 5th dimension's momentum was like a rainbow. In terms of momentum, the 5th dimension had crushed the Dark Abyss. Yi Xian had killed Lian Xun in seconds. Not to mention the others, even Venerable Me's confident sword. The ancestor did not choose to continue fighting, but retreated to the black door behind him. Just as the ancestor and the rest were about to retreat, 10 powerful auras suddenly appeared in front of the black door. The one leading them was Suku. In fact, when the Dark World came to the 5th dimension, he had been secretly preparing to act at any time. Suja had given a strict order to not let anything happen to Yi Xian. However, he had not expected Yi Xian to kill Lian Xun in a second. In fact, at that moment, even he himself was stunned. Did this young Master Yi take medicine? He actually became so ferocious. Amidst his shock, he saw that his teacher and the others were about to retreat. At this time, he no longer remained silent and decisively chose to attack. If the ancestor and the others could die here, it would be a great thing for the ancient god Abyss. Seeing Su Ku and the others appear, the ancestor's face changed. Ancient god Abyss, you. He did not expect the ancient god Abyss to hit him when he was down. Su Ku did not care about the previous teacher, and directly brought the 9 people behind him and rushed forward. Seeing the appearance of Su Ku and the others, Yi Xian was stunned. He knew Su Ku, but he didn't know the people behind him. This wasn't the main point. The main point was, why would these people come to help him? Could it be that her charm was too great? On the other side, Xian Chu and the old man beside her quietly watched as Yi Xian, and the others surrounded and killed the experts from the dark abyss. Actually, both of them were extremely shocked at this moment. Yi Xian had just killed a Dao Attainment Realm expert in a second. It was an instant kill. Although he had used external items, it was still too terrifying. Xian Chu said softly, "We underestimated him." The old man was silent. This was a serious underestimation. Xian Chu looked at Su Ku and the others. These people should be from the ancient god Abyss. It seems that the ancient god Abyss has chosen to stand on Yi Xian's side. The old man said, "The ancient god Abyss and the dark Abyss are mortal enemies. It is not surprising that they would help Yi Xian." Xian Chu looked into the distance and did not speak. The old man sighed softly. This Yi Xian was too good at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. When the two of them went to see Yi Xian, this guy kept showing weakness. Too cunning. On the other side, the Lord and the others were also there. At this moment, the Lord and the others had extremely solemn expressions. They had to admit that Yi Xian's instant kill of a Dao Attainment Realm expert had shocked them. That was the peak of the Dao Attainment Realm. He had been instantly killed. At this moment, the Lord suddenly said, "That is the Dao Seal, a treasure of the doubting realm. It used to doubting our ancestors. Not only can it increase the owner's strength, but it can also suppress the opponent's realm." When he spoke up to here, he paused for a moment and said, "But even then, it's still a bit too exaggerated." Yen Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian in the distance. "It seems that we have not truly understood him." The Lord smiled and said, "He has indeed been giving us surprises." Luoho suddenly said, "Should we help him now?" The Lord shook his head. "There is no point in helping him now." Luoho was silent. He naturally understood what the Lord meant. If they wanted to help, they should help first. If they help now, they would not be sincere. The Lord looked at Yi Xian in the distance and smiled. "He does not need our help." As he said this, he seemed to have noticed something and frowned. His sword. Everyone looked at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, the sword in Yi Xian's hand was constantly devouring the souls of the Dark Abyss experts. At this moment, including the previous Lian Zun, the soul-suppressing sword had already absorbed the souls of 4 Dao Attainment Realm experts. The rest of the Dao Attainment Realm experts were countless. The Lord's expression was a little solemn. This sword has probably broken through again. About an hour later, the battle ended. The late master brought a few Dao Attainment experts and escaped, but the rest were all killed. One should know that the ancient god Abyss, including the doubting, had a total of 13 Dao Attainment Realm experts. Not far away, Yi Xian put away his sword and walked in front of Su Ku. He smiled. "Senior, we meet again." Su Ku smiled. "A scholar has been separated for 3 days. My young friend is no longer the young friend from before." In fact, his heart was rather complicated. When he first met Yi Xian, he still had the ability to kill Yi Xian. But now Yi Xian already had the ability to kill him. This speed of improvement was simply unimaginable. Yi Xian glanced at the people behind Su Ku and said, "Senior, you are from the ancient god Abyss?" Su Ku nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian looked at Su Ku. "Senior, why did you help me?" Su Ku hesitated and said, "We are mortal enemies with the Dark Abyss. The enemies of the Dark Abyss are the friends of the ancient god Abyss." Yi Xian said, "Is that all?" Su Ku smiled. "My young friend, don't worry. The ancient god Abyss has no ill intentions towards you." Yi Xian smiled. "Senior, you must be joking. No matter what, thank you for your help just now. I, Yi Xian, am eternally grateful." Su Ku said in a low voice, "My young friend, the Dark Abyss has failed this time. They will definitely not give up. And this force is extremely powerful. You must be careful." He paused and said, "During this period of time, the 10 of us will stay in the 5th dimension to prevent the Dark Abyss from launching a sneak attack." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "You will stay in the 5th dimension to protect me?" Su Ku asked, "Is there a problem?" Yi Xian looked at Su Ku. "Why?" Su Ku thought for a moment and said, "We want to be friends with you." Yi Xian's expression was slightly strange. "Is my charm really that great?" At this time, Su Ku suddenly smiled bitterly. "My young friend, to tell you the truth, The reason we came to the fifth dimension is related to the senior behind you. The senior behind me? Yixian was struck dumb. Then he said, Qing'er. Suko was surprised. The senior in the plain dress? Yixian nodded. Yes. Suko looked at Yixian. I wonder what is the relationship between you two? Yixian said. I am her brother. Suko's expression was a bit strange. This younger sister is much stronger than her brother. Although Yixian is also strong, he is still not strong enough compared to the plain dress girl. Yixian sighed with emotion. In fact, he really wanted to see Qing. But he didn't know where she was now. At this time, a sword cry suddenly came from the side. Yixian turned his head and saw that the sword cry was from the soul-suppressing sword. After absorbing so many souls, the soul-suppressing sword's aura was crazily rising. Seeing this scene, Yixian was happy. The soul-suppressing sword is about to break through. As if thinking of something, Yixian directly stored the soul-suppressing sword into the prison pagoda. It's better to break through in the pagoda. After that, Yixian put away the equipment of the experts from the dark abyss. All of them were the best of the best. Even though they couldn't compare to the treasures of the Jiaolong clan, they were still top grade. At this time, Suku suddenly said, Little friend, I will leave first. You must be careful during this period of time. That dark abyss is not a good person. You must not underestimate it. Yixian nodded. Understood. Thank you for your help, senior. Suku smiled. You are too polite. From today onwards, my ancient god abyss and the fifth dimension are allies. As he said that, he specially looked at Xianchu and Suku. Yixian felt a little emotional. He naturally knew that the reason why the ancient god abyss was so friendly to him was because of Qing. Needless to say, Qing must have been to the ancient god abyss. He just didn't know if the ancient god abyss was beaten. He knew that Qing's temper was not very good. Suku didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. As for the 10 Dao realm experts he brought with him, they stayed in the fifth dimension. Yixian looked at Venerable Me, Senior Me, clean up the battlefield. Venerable Me nodded. All right. Yixian turned around and left. Everyone looked at each other. They hadn't expected the matter to end just like that. On the other side, Xianchu said softly, Looks like the ancient god abyss didn't become friends with Yixian because they are mortal enemies with the dark abyss. The old man fell silent. At this moment, he realized that the matter was getting more and more troublesome. Xianchu suddenly looked down. The dark abyss will definitely not give up. Let us wait and see. As she spoke, she paused for a moment and said, Elder, send an order to my master. Ask her to come here. The old man was stunned, and then he said, This why? Xianchu looked at the old man. The two of us can't hold this place down. The old man. Below, Yixian arrived on the street. As soon as he landed, Nian Nian threw herself into his arms. She hugged Yixian tightly as if she was afraid that Yixian would lose her. Yixian was about to speak when Nian Nian suddenly looked up at Yixian. At some point, her face was covered in tears. Yixian felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He hurriedly said, Don't cry. Who bullied you? Nian Nian looked at Yixian as her tears flowed uncontrollably. Am I very useless? I can't help you at all. Yixian was about to speak when the space beside him suddenly split open. A moment later, a figure floated out. Yixian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He suddenly drew his sword and slashed. The sword slashed down. The sword slashed through the air. Yixian was alarmed. He activated his Dao seal, and was about to attack again when the figure had already retreated 100 feet away. At the same time, Nian Nian was beside him. Above the Dao attainment realm, Yixian's expression instantly turned ferocious. The figure suddenly grabbed Nian Nian's shoulder with his right hand. If you want to save her, bring the 6 Dao scriptures to the mortal world. Come alone. If you don't come within 2 hours, her soul will be destroyed. With that, he and Mu Nian Nian disappeared. At this moment, Nian Nian's weak voice came from afar. Don't. Come. In the same place, Yixian held the sword in his right hand tightly. His entire body emitted an extremely terrifying killing intent and hostility. P.S. Now that Qing Yuan is in my hands, if you want to save her, give me the ticket. If not, I'll kill her. Do as you see fit. Chapter 1420. Venerated me and the others appeared the moment the figure and Nian Nian vanished. Venerated me and the others' expressions darkened when they saw Nian Nian being taken away. They hadn't expected in Yuan to send an expert above the Dao realm. Meanwhile, Suke suddenly appeared with an old man by his side. It was Suja. Suja looked at Yi Xian and hesitated for a moment before he said, "My friend, I'm sorry. The old man is late." Actually, Suke had gone back to invite Suja over. He knew that In Yuan would never let the matter rest. And if In Yuan wanted to make a move, he would definitely send an expert above the Dao realm. Because an expert at the Dao realm was no longer a threat to Yi Xian. Therefore, he had decided to invite Suja over. However, he hadn't expected In Yuan to act so quickly. Yi Xian took a deep breath and looked at Suja. "Senior, where is the Milky Way?" Suja hesitated for a moment before he said, "It's a very dangerous place. It's a forbidden place because anyone who steps into the mortal world will have their cultivation sealed and become immortal." Yi Xian looked at Suja. "How do I get there?" Suja said solemnly, "My friend, you'd better not go. Because your cultivation will be sealed, and you will become immortal. However, In Yuan won't do that. Because the mortal world was created by the owner of the Dark Scripture. Anyone who cultivates the Dark Scripture will not be suppressed by the Dark Dao laws there. The reason he wants you to go there is because he knows that he can't kill you in the outside world. However, if you go there Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. "Senior, just tell me how to get there." Suja wanted to persuade him, but Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. The power of his bloodline was surging. Suja was shocked. Yi Xian's bloodline was actually so powerful. After a while, Suku sighed softly and pointed with his finger. A ray of white light entered between Yi Xian's brows. Just as Yi Xian was about to disappear, a voice came from the side. "Remember to come back." The one who spoke was Zhang Wenxiu. Yi Xian disappeared into the horizon. Zhang Wenxiu looked at the sword ray in the horizon and a voice floated over. "I'll try my best." "Try my best." Zhang Wenxiu was stunned. Suke looked at Suja. Suja shook his head. "There's no other way." Suja said, "There's no other way." It was not because he, the Dark Scripture Master, was because he was the disciple of the Dao Scripture's disciple. One had to know that the owner of the Dark Scripture was the disciple of the Dao Scripture's owner. He created the Dark Scripture based on the Dao Scripture. How terrifying was his strength. The one had the Yen had always had the Abai. The Yen had always, but they always had the dragon. Zhang had always. The Gu Ancient had the Wan. The ancient god Abyss would enter the mortal world as soon as the dark Abyss was in danger. At that time, the ancient god Abyss would not be able to do anything. The ancient god Abyss wanted Yi Xian to go to the mortal world for a simple reason. It was to deal with the ancient god Abyss and the people behind Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian entered the mortal world, the ancient god Abyss would not dare to make a move. As for the people behind Yi Xian, no matter how strong they were, would they dare to go to the mortal world? It was fair to say that for Yi Xian, this was a deadly trap. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of them. It was the master who had escaped earlier. It was not his real body, but a shadow. The master looked at Suja. "Suja, the honored one said that he did not expect you to protect Yi Xian personally." Suja was expressionless. "I did not expect the honored one of the three masters of the Dark Abyss to come personally." The master who had kidnapped Mu Niannian was the honored one of the three masters of the Dark Abyss. The master laughed. We have won this battle." Suja smiled. "Is that so?" The master smiled. "We welcome the people behind Yi Xian to the mortal world. They must come, otherwise we will be disappointed." After saying that, he disappeared. Suja was silent for a moment. Then he asked softly, "Will she go?" The she he was referring to was the woman in the plain dress. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Where is he?" Suja turned his head. There was a woman standing in front of him. Suja looked at the woman in front of him, his eyes full of wariness. He did not know when this person had appeared in front of him. Who was this? Suja asked in a low voice. Your Excellency, you are? The woman looked at Suja. Where is he? Suja hesitated. My friend Yi Xian? The woman nodded. Suja said in a low voice. The people from the dark abyss sent him to the mortal world. The woman looked into the depths of the starry sky. How? Suja hesitated for a moment, then said, Senior, the mortal world was created by the owner of the dark scripture. It has the law of darkness. It can suppress one's cultivation. The woman suddenly asked, How do we get there? Suja looked at the woman. She blinked. Don't I look like an expert? Suja was speechless. The woman said again, Show me the way. Suja hesitated for a moment, then bent his finger and a ray of white light entered the woman's forehead. After a while, the woman was about to leave, but at this moment, Zhang Wenxiu suddenly asked, You are? The woman looked at Zhang Wenxiu and asked, You are? Zhang Wenxiu looked at the woman. I am his woman. Woman. The woman blinked. His woman. Zhang Wenxiu looked straight at the woman. Yes. The woman looked at Zhang Wenxiu and smiled. I like your character. As she said that, she opened her palm. Let's go, I'll bring you to see your man. Zhang Wenxiu hesitated for a moment, then walked over to the woman and held her hand. The woman was about to leave with Zhang Wenxiu when she seemed to have noticed something. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Xiaoqi. When she saw Xiaoqi, the woman was slightly stunned, then she nodded slightly as a greeting. Xiaoqi looked at the woman, not saying a word. At this moment, Zhang Wenxiu suddenly asked, Senior, you are? The woman smiled. According to seniority, he should call me aunt. As she said that, she looked into the distance. Let's not waste any more time. This clone has gone through too many galaxies and wasted too much energy. It can't stay for too long, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot with Zhang Wenxiu. In the field, Suja and the others felt like they had been struck by lightning. Clone. It was just a clone. Suja felt his head spinning. At that moment he had felt an incomparable sense of danger. But he had never thought that this woman was just a clone. Just a clone was enough to make him feel an incomparable sense of danger. What did this mean? If the real body was here, how terrifying would it be? Thinking of this, Suja could not help but break out in cold sweat. At this moment, Suku suddenly said softly, his father, his brother, his sister, his senior sister, his aunt. This is too much. Suja was speechless. Somewhere in the galaxy, the woman was holding Zhang Wenxiu's hand as they flew through the air. Zhang Wenxiu looked at the woman. Senior. The woman smiled. Call me aunt. Zhang Wenxiu hesitated, then said, Aunt. He's not an ordinary person, right? The woman nodded. He's not an ordinary person. Zhang Wenxiu was silent. The woman said softly, His background is very complicated. I can't explain it clearly. Zhang Wenxiu was silent for a moment, then said, Are you guys very far away? The woman nodded. Very far away. It's not easy to come here. Zhang Wenxiu was silent. The woman glanced at Zhang Wenxiu, smiled. I should bring you to see someone. Zhang Wenxiu looked at the woman. Who? The woman smiled. His mother. Zhang Wenxiu said in a low voice, Duguxian? The woman shook her head. His real mother. Zhang Wenxiu frowned. Duguxian is not his real mother? The woman hesitated, then said, You can say that. But, Sai, this matter is very complicated. It's all because of the disaster cause. I can't explain it clearly to you. Zhang Wenxiu suddenly asked, How strong is the woman in the plain dress? She had always been curious about the woman in the plain dress. The woman was silent. Zhang Wenxiu looked at the woman, then asked, Aunt, can you beat her? The woman blinked. Can I not answer this question? Zhang Wenxiu was speechless. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yi Xian flew on his sword. He raised his speed to the limit. Everywhere he passed, sword qi tore through the starry sky. It was incomparably terrifying. In Yi Xian's body the blood was boiling. His whole body seemed to be on fire. Soon Yi Xian arrived in front of a black hole. He turned into a sword light and entered the black hole. Boom! The entire black hole shook violently. Sword qi tore through the black hole. Soon Yixian showed up in a starry sky. As soon as he showed up in this starry sky, he felt all of his cultivation had disappeared. But his bloodline power was still there. The great Tao law could suppress his cultivation, but it could not suppress his bloodline power. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far from Yixian. Human Venerable, one of the 3 great venerables of the Dark Abyss. On the right side of the human venerable was Nian Nian. Yixian's gaze fell on Nian Nian. Nian Nian kept crying. I'm sorry. Yixian shook his head. You're not sorry. I'm sorry. Don't be afraid. Even if I die, I'll be with you, okay? Nian Nian lowered her head slightly, her body trembling. She clenched her fists tightly, nails digging into her palms, blood flowing. Human Venerable looked at Yixian. Just you? Yixian nodded. Yes. Human Venerable looked at Yixian. Where's the Tao scripture? Yixian said. Let her go. Human Venerable shook his head. You're not qualified to negotiate with me. Yixian looked at Human Venerable. If you don't let her go, don't even think about getting the Tao scripture. You can kill her, because before I came, I was already prepared to die. But if you die like this, the 6 Tao scriptures will fall into the hands of ancient God Abyss. Human Venerable chuckled. Threatening me? I won't kill her. I'll torture her until you hand over the Tao scripture. Let's see who's more patient. With that said, he suddenly placed his right hand on Nian Nian's head. A powerful force enveloped her. Following that, Nian Nian's entire face twisted, because her bones were being crushed bit by bit. Nian Nian was in extreme pain. But she did not cry. She looked at Yixian, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. I don't hurt. Chapter 14:21. It doesn't hurt? Venerable Human looked at Nian Nian and smiled. How interesting. It seems that not only does he care about you, you also care about him. Saying that, he was about to exert force. But at this time, Yixian suddenly opened his palm. In his palm, there were 6 Tao scriptures. Venerable Human looked at Yixian. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, his smile bright. Have you lost your patience? Yixian's expression was calm. Can you let her go? Venerable Human released Mu Nian. He slowly walked towards Yixian, smiling. Yixian, do you know? When you appeared in this place, I suddenly realized that I overestimated you. You have guts, you have intelligence, and you have strength. Unfortunately, you are not ruthless enough. You may be ruthless enough to your enemies, but you are not ruthless enough to your own people. What you don't know is that your so-called loyalty is meaningless, because these are your weaknesses that your enemies can exploit. Yixian suddenly bent his finger. The 6 Tao scriptures appeared in front of Venerable Human, and he himself appeared in front of Nian Nian. Venerable Human put away the 6 Tao scriptures. He glanced at Yixian, but did not stop Yixian. In this place, he was invincible. Yixian gently hugged Nian Nian, but with this hug, Nian Nian suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She looked at Yixian, tears streaming down her face, feeling wronged. It hurts. Yixian quickly let go. He gently grabbed Nian Nian's hand. Looking at Nian Nian's broken bones, his heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. I'm sorry. Nian Nian looked at Yixian, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, I still can't remember the past. I'm too useless. How ridiculous. At this time, the distant Venerable Human suddenly laughed. It's really ridiculous. 5th Dimension Tendo, although I don't know your true strength, you were able to injure a Tao completion realm expert with less than 30% of your strength, so you must have some skill. What's laughable is that, for the sake of this Yixian, and that so-called 5-dimensional universe, you didn't even use 70% of your strength until your death. For an expert like you to not sever the karma that binds you, I can only say that you're really stupid. Nian Nian looked at Yixian. Will we die? Yixian gently caressed Nian Nian's cheek and smiled. Are you afraid? Nian Nian shook her head. With you around, I'm not afraid. Yixian suddenly said. Can I kiss you? Nian Nian blinked. Kiss me. Yixian nodded. Nian Nian's face was slightly red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Just once. Yixian said seriously. You agreed. You can't hit me in the future. Nian Nian slowly closed her eyes, feeling a little shy. Kiss me. I won't hit you in the future. Yi Xian leaned over and gently touched Nian Nian's forehead. They separated at the touch. Nian Nian opened her eyes and glanced at Yi Xian. Is it over? Yi Xian nodded. It's over. However, I'm a little regretful. Nian Nian blinked. Why? Yi Xian looked at Nian Nian and said seriously. If we can survive today, I think I'll definitely be beaten by you in the future. However, it doesn't matter. Who knows if there's a tomorrow? With that, he leaned over and gently touched Nian Nian's forehead. Even if I'm gone, you have to live well, understand? With that, he suddenly stored Nian Nian into the creation gourd. He grabbed the creation gourd and threw it toward the exit of the mortal world. He roared. Take her away. To the four-dimensional universe's netherworld palace. Not far away, the human venerable suddenly laughed. Let her go? Are you kidding me? With that, he was about to make a move. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next moment, an extremely powerful bloodline power swept out from his body. Boom. In an instant, a killing intent swept across the heaven and earth. This place had the laws of darkness which could suppress one's cultivation. However, it could not suppress Yi Xian's bloodline. Seeing that Yi Xian could actually use the power of his bloodline, the human venerable frowned. How is this possible? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly slashed forward. It was not a Dao sword because he could not use a Dao sword at all. He also could not use a Dao seal. This place could even suppress a Dao seal. To put it simply, other than the power of his bloodline and his Dao body, he could not use any other power or external objects. The sword slashed down. The sword stopped half an inch away from the human venerable's head. The human venerable's two fingers caught Yi Xian's sword. The human venerable looked at Yi Xian. I underestimated your bloodline power. With that, he slightly tightened his fingers. Boom. In an instant, Yi Xian was blasted hundreds of feet away. After repelling Yi Xian with one finger, the human venerable suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where the gourd of fortune escaped. At present, compared to Yi Xian, Mu Niannian was a greater threat. The human venerable was about to make a move when a sword chi slashed at him from behind. The human venerable frowned. He suddenly turned around and took a step forward. At the same time, he punched out. Before Yi Xian's sword fell, the human venerable's fist had already landed on his chest. Bang! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly sent flying thousands of feet away. However, in the next moment, he once again rushed toward the human venerable with his sword. The blood-red sword light tore through the space. The blood-red light was overwhelming. In the distance, the human venerable slowly clenched his right hand. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. It's time to end this. With that said, he suddenly disappeared. In the field, the space suddenly cracked. In the next moment, a shadow directly hit Yi Xian. Boom. The sword light around Yi Xian was directly smashed. At the same time, Yi Xian was sent flying. As soon as he stopped, the human venerable suddenly appeared in front of him. The human venerable directly punched at Yi Xian's throat. Yi Xian blocked with his sword. Boom. Once again, Yi Xian and his sword were sent flying. In the air, the human venerable punched again. As the punch was thrown, the space cracked inch by inch. In the distance, a fist suddenly landed on Yi Xian's chest. Puff! Yi Xian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown backward. The human venerable looked at Yi Xian and sneered. The legendary Taoist body. If it was outside, it might be a little tricky. Unfortunately, it's here. Today, let me shatter your Taoist body. As his voice fell, he rushed forward and punched. The punch was like a flash flood, unstoppable. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He did not choose to defend. Instead, he stabbed with his sword. A life for a life. However, the human venerable's speed was much faster than his. The moment he attacked with his sword, the human venerable's fist had already landed on his chest. Bang! Yi Xian's chest caved in. At the same time, the human venerable's powerful strength directly sent him flying. Although the Taoist body was strong, at this moment, his cultivation was suppressed. His strength was less than half of his peak. Especially, he could not use a killer move like the Taoist sword. It could be said that he was being suppressed by the human venerable in both speed and strength. After sending Yi Xian flying with a punch, the human venerable did not stop. Instead, he took a step forward and threw a punch with each step. The punch was like a volcanic eruption, destroying heaven and earth. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with anger. He held the executing heaven sword with both hands and slashed forward. At this moment, the human venerable's punch arrived. Boom! The surrounding space trembled. The human venerable's powerful punch directly sent the sword in Yi Xian's hand flying. At the same time, a destructive force instantly landed on Yi Xian's body. Bang! Yi Xian was instantly sent flying thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, his body had already split open. If this was outside, his body could continuously repair itself. But here, his cultivation was suppressed and he could not repair his body at all. The human venerable slowly walked toward Yi Xian. He slowly clenched his right hand, and a powerful force gathered in his palm. Because the force was so strong, the space around him directly trembled. In the distance, Yi Xian wiped the blood from his mouth. He looked at the exit in the distance and said softly, "She should be safe now." He knew that as long as Immortal Gourd brought Nian Nian to the Netherworld Hall, even the Dark Abyss could not do anything to her. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. But soon the smile froze. At the exit he saw a person. Nian Nian. In Nian Nian's hand was a gourd. Immortal Gourd. Seeing Nian Nian, the human venerable was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. How interesting. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes widened. Immortal Gourd. What the hell are you doing? At this moment, Immortal Gourd appeared in front of Yi Xian with Nian Nian. At the same time, Immortal Gourd's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Sai, you can't blame me. I want to take her away too. But she won't go. If I take her away by force, she will kill herself. I really can't help it. It's too King difficult for me. Yi Xian roared angrily. Your current strength far surpasses hers. Can't you stop her from killing herself? Immortal Gourd was a little helpless. I can beat her now, but she threatened me. She said that if I take her away, when she regains her memory, she will tear me to pieces. You know how terrifying she was at her peak. I'm scared. He had been beaten by Mu Niannian in the past. He was really afraid of Mu Niannian. Yi Xian was speechless. Nian Nian stared at Yi Xian. You said you wouldn't lie to me. Yi Xian felt a little guilty. I didn't lie to you. Nian Nian said angrily. You left me alone. Yi Xian shrugged. You did the same thing in the past. Nian Nian burst into tears. After crying for a while, she looked up at Yi Xian. Then we're even. Now no one can leave the other, okay? Yi Xian was silent. Nian Nian looked at Yi Xian. I don't want to live alone. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. He took Nian Nian's hand and said softly, okay. No one can leave the other. Nian Nian smiled through her tears. She gently hugged Yi Xian and said in a trembling voice, I'm afraid of death, but I'm even more afraid of living alone. Don't leave me. At this moment, the human venerable in the distance suddenly said, Yi Xian, where's the woman in the plain dress behind you? Yi Xian looked at the human venerable. The human venerable smiled and said, Isn't she your path protector? Why hasn't she appeared at a time like this? Don't tell me she's afraid. Yi Xian was about to speak. At this moment, the space in the distance was suddenly torn apart. The next moment, two women walked out of the torn space. Seeing the two women, Yi Xian was stunned. He knew one of them. It was Zhang Wenxiu. But he didn't know the woman next to Zhang Wenxiu. The human venerable's gaze fell on the woman next to Zhang Wenxiu. You're not the woman in the plain dress. The woman smiled and said, You seem a little disappointed. The human venerable smiled and said, I am indeed a little disappointed, because we prepared a big gift for her. Unfortunately, she didn't come. What a pity. But it's okay, we can kill her in the future. Kill her. The woman blinked, and in the next moment, she suddenly disappeared. The human venerable's expression changed. He suddenly punched out. The power of the punch was like a mountain flood. shaking the heaven and earth. However, as soon as he punched out, a jade-white hand grabbed his throat. One-hit kill. The human venerable's expression changed. He looked at the woman and said in horror, "You're not suppressed. How is that possible?" The woman looked at the human venerable and smiled. "Kill my great mandate? You idiot, I can't even take one of her sword. You want to kill her? I'll kill your mother. I'll kill your mother." Then she suddenly clenched her fist. Boom. The human venerable's head exploded and turned into nothingness. Yi Xian. P.S. I want to be scolded. Chapter 1422. Shocking. Yi Xian had to admit that even he was shocked. An instant kill. This woman killed a human venerable in an instant. What level was this human venerable? She was a cultivator above the Dao attainment realm. Such a cultivator was killed by this woman in an instant. This was too terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Wenxiu was also extremely shocked. She knew that the woman who came with her was very strong, but she didn't expect her to be this strong. As if thinking of something, Zhang Wenxiu's pupil shrank. This woman said that she couldn't even take one strike from the woman in the plain dress. The woman in the plain dress. How strong was she? Zhang Wenxiu's heart was in turmoil. Not far away. The woman clapped her hands and turned to look at Yi Xian. "I've been traveling for a few days and I only killed this piece of trash. Don't you feel ashamed?" "Yi Xian." Zhang Wenxiu hurriedly said. "Auntie, you've worked hard." "Auntie." Yi Xian was stunned, then looked at Zhang Wenxiu. "Your auntie," Zhang Wenxiu said in a low voice. "What's mine is also yours." "Yi Xian." The woman walked to Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. "To be precise, I'm your auntie." "Auntie." Yi Xian blinked. "Are there second aunties and third aunties?" The woman nodded. "Yes." "Yi Xian." Zhang Wenxiu. Yi Xian said in a low voice. "My mother and auntie you," the woman smiled. "We call your mother sisters. As for your mother, I can't say much. You'll know in the future." Yi Xian was speechless. In the future again. The woman looked around and said, "This place is a little special." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "This clone of mine is about to disappear. You'll have to deal with the rest yourself." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. "Aunt, where is your main body?" The woman smiled. "I'm busy." Yi Xian asked again. "Is it far from here?" The woman nodded. "It's very far. Most importantly, some of the rules are very troublesome, and we don't want to break them. In short, it's quite troublesome for us to come here." Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "The Nether Pavilion." The woman smiled and said, "You only guessed it now?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "I guessed it. But I'm not sure." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "You said you were an orphan in the Netherworld Hall, and had no one to rely on. Kid, I'm here today to tell you two things. First, it's not that your father doesn't care about you. He has done a lot for you, but you don't know about it. Second, you think your enemies are strong now, but you don't know that your enemies in the future are even stronger. Just like me. Do you think I'm strong?" Yi Xian quickly nodded. The woman smiled. "But the Nether Pavilion is in a dangerous moment. The reason why my main body didn't come this time is because of this." Yi Xian fell silent. The woman patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. "This is the last time we'll help you, because we're not sure if we can survive. You're on your own." After saying that, her body gradually turned illusory. Yi Xian bowed slightly to the woman. "Aunt, thank you." The woman smiled. "We're family, no need to be so polite." As she spoke, she looked at Nian Nian, who was beside Yi Xian. Nian Nian hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "Aunt." The woman laughed. "I don't deserve that." Yi Xian quickly said, "Aunt, can you help Nian Nian recover her memory?" The woman shook her head. "No." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why not?" The woman looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Can I not answer this question?" Yi Xian was speechless. The woman thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. I'll answer you. The reason why I can't help her recover her memory is because she's too strong. I can't stop her." As she spoke, she glanced at Nian Nian. "She's an extraordinary woman." Yi Xian frowned slightly. Too strong. The woman smiled. Her sword Dao is the strongest besides those three. That's not right. That girl Tingyan should be on par with her. However, your sister Nian's strength isn't just in her sword Dao. In short, she has her own Dao. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Moreover, she's very strong. Ordinary people can't forcefully interfere with what she does. So let nature take its course. In any case, she has no intention of harming you. Yi Xian wanted to ask more, but the woman had already vanished. She left in a carefree manner. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian left with Zhang Wenxiu and Nian Nian. Of course, Yi Xian did not forget the 6 Tao scriptures. When the woman killed the human supremacy, he had already kept them. Not long after Yi Xian and the others left, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the mortal world. The middle-aged man looked around and said softly, "I'm late." This person was one of the 3 supremacies of the Dark Abyss, the Earth Supremacy. Previously, when the human supremacy's soul tablet shattered, he rushed over here. Unfortunately, he was still too late. The Earth Supremacy looked around with a solemn expression. "Good one, Yi Xian. Looks like we've underestimated you." After saying that, his figure trembled slightly and disappeared. In the 5th dimension, when Yi Xian and the others returned to the 5th dimension, Suja and Suku immediately appeared in front of Yi Xian. Suja looked at Yi Xian and said, "Little friend, that human supremacy." Yi Xian said, "He's dead." Dead. Suja looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Then Senior killed him?" Yi Xian nodded. Suja was silent. One of the 3 supremacies of the Dark Abyss, human supremacy, was dead. Yi Xian looked at Suja and asked, "Senior, how can I reach the Tao realm?" Suja shook his head. "You can't." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Why?" Suja sighed softly. "Little friend, you've just broken through not long ago. It's not wise to force your way into the Tao realm now. Moreover, you haven't fully stabilized your Tao defense realm. It's not suitable for you to break through to the Tao realm." Yi Xian was silent. Suja continued. "Of course, if you borrow the power of the God's seal, it's not impossible. However, I don't recommend you to use the God's seal. You're a genius, you can definitely create your own path." Yi Xian said softly, "I don't have that much time." The human supremacy's sudden attack made him understand that the Dark Abyss was determined to kill him and Nian Nian. He didn't think that the death of the human supremacy would make the Dark Abyss stop. Not only would the Dark Abyss not stop, but it would also intensify. Suja hesitated for a moment and then said, "Little friend, why don't you come with us to the ancient God Abyss?" "Little friend, don't worry. If you go to the ancient God Abyss, even if the Dark Abyss Master personally takes action, the ancient God Abyss will protect you." Yi Xian shook his head. If he left this place, the entire 5th dimension would be completely destroyed. The 5th dimension could not stop the Dark Abyss. Suja sighed softly when he saw that Yi Xian didn't want to go to the ancient God Abyss. Yi Xian wasn't willing to give up the 5th dimension, so he would always be in a passive position. At this moment, Xianchu suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "Let me tell you some bad news. The Xianhuan sect from the Whirling World has sent people." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The Xianhuan sect?" Xianchu nodded. "A super sect from the Whirling World. They came this time for the Tao scripture in your possession." Yi Xian was silent. He hadn't expected the forces from the Whirling World to come so quickly. Xianchu suddenly asked, "Who was that woman?" Yi Xian looked at Xianchu. "My aunt." "Xianchu," Yi Xian asked, "Miss Xianchu, how many people from the Xianhuan sect have come?" Xianchu shook her head. "I don't know, but we should know soon, because they should have already arrived." Yi Xian nodded. "Thank you, Miss Xianchu, for telling me." After saying that, he turned around and left with Nian Nian. Xianchu looked at Yi Xian, not knowing what she was thinking. Somewhere in the main hall, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. If it wasn't for the help of the Netherworld Hall, would he and Nian Nian have survived? Of course not. Moreover, he also discovered that powerhouses above the enlightened Tao realm could pose a threat to his Taoist body. Improve his Tao body? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but he quickly rejected it. Previously, he had relied on the gift from the Jialong Dragon clan to improve his Dao body. Now, if he didn't have an opportunity, it would be impossible for him to improve his Dao body. Whether it was his realm or his body, he couldn't improve them for the time being. After a while, Yi Xian said softly, "It seems that I can only take it step by step." Yi Xian no longer thought about improving his Dao body. Instead, he began to stabilize his Dao body. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. As Suja had said, he hadn't even fully understood the Dao controlling realm. He really shouldn't think about the Dao attainment realm. Somewhere in the starry sky, the earthly venerable dark abyss looked down at the five-dimensional universe. Beside him was the ancestral master. The ancestral master's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't expect the human venerable to die just like that. And he died in the mortal world. What did this mean? It meant that the other party wasn't suppressed by the dark Dao laws of the mortal world. The earthly venerable suddenly said, "Did you find out where that woman came from?" The ancestral master shook his head. "I couldn't find out." The earthly venerable frowned slightly. "You couldn't find out?" The ancestral master nodded. "She seemed to have appeared out of thin air." The earthly venerable was silent. After a while, the earthly venerable looked down. "I have already informed the celestial venerable that he will rush here in 3 days." Hearing this, the ancestral master was shocked. Is the celestial venerable going to make a move? The earthly venerable was expressionless. The person behind Yi Xian is more powerful than we thought. The ancestral master said in a low voice. Besides that, there is also the ancient god Abyss. They are determined to help Yi Xian. The earthly venerable frowned. What is their purpose in doing this? The ancestral master sighed softly. The current situation is becoming more and more disadvantageous for us. The earthly venerable shook his head. You are wrong. The ancestral master looked at the earthly venerable. The earthly venerable said softly, as far as I know, many sects in the whirling world have already sent people to the five-dimensional universe. And their goal is that Dao scripture. In other words, Yi Xian's enemies will only increase. We can wait and see for now. The ancestral master was about to speak when a shadow suddenly appeared in the distant sky above the Dao city. The next moment, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped the entire Dao city. The earthly venerable chuckled. Look, the experts of the whirling world have arrived. There's going to be a good show to watch. In the distant sky above the Dao city, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the shadow. The shadow gradually became solid. It was a middle-aged man. The Dao realm. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. You are Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The middle-aged man laughed. Since ancient times, the treasures of heaven and earth belong to the strong. You are so weak. How can you have the nerve to occupy the 6 Dao scriptures? Yi Xian suddenly took out the 6 scrolls of the Dao scripture. He placed them in front of himself, and then looked at the middle-aged man. Senior, you are right. How about this? Senior, lower your cultivation level and fight with me. If you win, I will give these 6 scrolls to you. What do you think? The middle-aged man laughed. How interesting. A Dao manipulation realm cultivator wants to challenge me? Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. I have fought with experts above the dark abyss realm. They are very strong. I am no match for them. The middle-aged man shook his head. No. It is not that they are strong, but that you are too weak. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Senior, they are experts from the dark abyss. The middle-aged man chuckled. Dark abyss? What kind of rubbish place is that? How dare they compare to my whirling world? On the other side, the earthly venerable was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. The ancestral master's face was a little gloomy. The middle-aged man suddenly said, Fine, I will lower my realm and fight with you. You, at this moment, the earthly venerable's voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Sir, although Yi Xian is only at the Dao manipulation realm, his combat strength can kill those who have achieved the Dao, especially when he has a divine item doubting. The middle-aged man looked at the earthly venerable in the sky and smiled. You are from the dark abyss, right? The earthly venerable nodded. Yes. I am the dark abyss human venerable. The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile. Do you know what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well? The earthly venerable looked at the middle-aged man without saying a word. The middle-aged man smiled. Yi Xian thinks that the experts from the dark abyss are strong because he is weak. He is a frog at the bottom of a well. He has not seen many Dao Attainment Realm cultivators, so he thinks that you are strong. You think that Yi Xian is not weak because you are weak. An expert above the Dao Attainment Realm can't even kill a Dao Manipulation Realm youth. I can only say that you are useless. Very, very useless. At this point, he shook his head with a smile. To think that the Master of Dark Scripture was also a figure back then. Why are his descendants so useless? In the sky, the earthly venerable was silent. Beside him, the ancestral master's face was frighteningly gloomy. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly looked at the earthly venerable and said, As far as I know, the doubting has a divine item called the Seal of Dao. This item was the most precious treasure of the doubting back then. You said that Yi Xian has a divine item. Could it be this item? If it is this item, I have to be careful. The earthly venerable looked at the middle-aged man calmly. The Seal of Dao. How could he have such a divine item? The divine item I am talking about is the sword in his hand, not the Seal of Dao. Sir, you can rest assured. Go. Yi Xian. End of this chapter. Chapter 14:23. Sword. The middle-aged man looked at the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand. When he heard the earthly venerable, he shook his head and smiled. While this sword isn't bad, that's all there is to it. As he spoke, he opened his palm and pressed it down lightly. In an instant, his realm was suppressed from the Dao Attainment Realm to the Dao Attainment Realm. As if he'd thought of something, the middle-aged man looked up at the earthly venerable. I'll show all of you what a true expert is. As he spoke, he pressed his right hand down once more. In an instant, he went from the Dao Attainment Realm to the Dao Attainment Realm. In the sky, the earthly venerable shook his head after a moment of silence. The world is vast and anything can happen. The ancestral master was speechless. Below, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. This isn't bullying you, right? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Senior, do you dare to suppress it to the Dao Attainment Realm? The crowd was speechless. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. The Dao Attainment Realm? Yi Xian nodded. I don't mean anything else. I just want to see how strong experts above the Dao Attainment Realm are. If Senior can defeat me at the Dao Attainment Realm, then I, Yi Xian, will truly be convinced. The middle-aged man chuckled. Yi Xian, do you think I'm stupid? Yi Xian was speechless. The middle-aged man smiled. While I'm confident, I know that it's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to be careful when you're outside. So, are you going to fight or not? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. He vanished on the spot as soon as he finished speaking. A strand of sword light tore through the battlefield. It was a swift strike. Originally, the middle-aged man had a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Although he was confident, as he said, he was still very cautious. However, when he saw Yi Xian's sword, that trace of vigilance suddenly disappeared. This sword was very fast, but to him, it was too weak. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. That's it. As he spoke, he blasted a punch forward. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword momentum suddenly changed. The originally ordinary sword became a Dao sword. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, because at this moment he sensed danger. Originally, he was about to attack, but he suddenly switched to defense. He crossed his arms and fiercely pushed them forward. At the same time, he stopped suppressing his cultivation level. However, Yi Xian's sword had already descended. Boom! In front of everyone's eyes, the middle-aged man was sent flying by Yi Xian's sword. In the process, the middle-aged man's fleshly body crumbled inch by inch. When he reappeared 10,000 feet away, only his soul remained. After Yi Xian pushed the middle-aged man back, he immediately pointed his finger, and the soul-suppressing sword suddenly flew out. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man's soul suddenly vanished into the horizon. At the same time, a furious shout resounded from the horizon. Despicable. Shameless. Despicable. Shameless. I, Yi Jun, have never seen such a despicable and shameless person. Yi Xian was speechless. On the other side, Xian Chu shook her head. Beside her, the old man shook his head. This Yi Jun is really a weirdo. Xian Chu said softly. The Tao scripture and martial arts civilization began in the whirling world. From the beginning, when we faced the five-dimensional universe, we had the mentality of being superior to others. Let alone the five-dimensional universe, even when facing the dark abyss and ancient god abyss, we have the same mentality. However, whether it is the five-dimensional universe or the dark abyss, they are actually not weak. The old man was silent. In fact, when facing Yi Xian at the beginning, he did not pay too much attention to Yi Xian. At that time, in his heart, Yi Xian was just not bad. But now, it seemed that this Yi Xian was not only not bad, not to mention the five-dimensional universe, even if Yi Xian was placed in the whirling world. This chapter is not finished, please continue. But he was definitely the top existence of the younger generation. As if thinking of something, the old man shook his head and sighed. This young Master Yi is too good at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He still could not forget how Yi Xian had shown weakness when they had just arrived. A person's strength was not scary. What was scary was when he hid his strength. At this moment, Xian Chu suddenly said, "When will Master arrive?" The old man said in a low voice, "In 2 days." Xian Chu nodded slightly. She looked at Yi Xian in the distance, thinking about something. In the distance, Yi Xian looked up at the terrestrial venerable, and the terrestrial venerable was also looking at Yi Xian. He had to admit that Yi Xian's strength surprised him. Although Yi Jun had suppressed his cultivation by 2 realms, his foundation was still there. However, he still could not take a blow from Yi Xian. One could imagine that if Yi Xian reached enlightenment, he would definitely be invincible among his peers. All along, the focus of the dark abyss had been on the forces behind Yi Xian and the ancient god abyss, thus neglecting Yi Xian himself. In fact, Yi Xian himself was also very scary. This kind of person must be killed as an enemy. Yi Xian looked at the terrestrial venerable and smiled. Do you want to know how the human venerable died? The terrestrial venerable narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Yi Xian smiled and turned to leave. In the sky, the terrestrial venerable stared at Yi Xian. How did the human venerable die? In fact, the death of the human venerable was not scary. What was scary was that the human venerable died in the mortal world. What did this mean? It meant that the woman who killed the human venerable was not suppressed by the dark way law of the mortal world. An abyss had met someone who could ignore the dark way law of the mortal world. Situtingyan. That woman had caused an abyss to suffer great losses. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Netherworld Hall. The terrestrial venerable turned to see a woman standing beside him. The woman wore a simple black dress. The black dress was as black as ink and exuded a sense of oppression. Celestial Venerable. The ancestral master hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Celestial Venerable. The Celestial Venerable nodded. Beside her, the terrestrial venerable said, Big sister, you came early. The Celestial Venerable said softly, Third brother is dead. How could I not come early? The terrestrial venerable was silent. The Celestial Venerable looked at the terrestrial venerable. You don't look sad at all. The terrestrial venerable shook her head. There is no point in being sad. The Celestial Venerable smiled. Indeed. Then she looked down. I have found out that the person who helped him is from a force called Netherworld Hall in the 4th dimension. The terrestrial venerable frowned. Netherworld Hall? Why have I never heard of it? The Celestial Venerable said softly. A very ancient force and very mysterious. They appeared in the 4th dimension, but for some reason they disappeared. The terrestrial venerable said in a low voice. Disappeared? Did they leave? The Celestial Venerable nodded. They left. As for where they went, I don't know. But for now, they are a very scary group of people. The terrestrial venerable asked. Why do you think so? The Celestial Venerable looked at the terrestrial venerable. Do you know why that woman disappeared after killing the human venerable? Without waiting for the terrestrial venerable to answer, the Celestial Venerable said. Because what she came was just a clone. Clone. The Terrestrial Venerable's pupils suddenly shrank. This, the Celestial Venerable smiled. A clone in the mortal world ignored the great Tao nomological laws left by Dark Ancestor, and killed the human Venerable. Don't you find it very unbelievable? The Terrestrial Venerable said in a low voice. This is too scary. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The Celestial Venerable said softly. There is something even scarier. The Terrestrial Venerable looked at the Celestial Venerable. What? The Celestial Venerable looked down. He encountered the Naga race. As far as I know, the last patriarch of the Naga race was suppressed in the Dark World by that person. I have been to the Dark World. That old patriarch has fallen, which means that the Almighty has taken action. However, Yi Xian left the Dark World with the granddaughter of the Naga race's old patriarch. There are two possibilities. The first is that the Almighty let Yi Xian and Naga go, which is basically impossible. The second is, at this point she did not continue. The Terrestrial Venerable said in a low voice. The second is that the person behind Yi Xian protected Yi Xian and Naga. The Celestial Venerable nodded. Yes, if someone really protected him, then we have to reevaluate the strength of the force behind him. The Terrestrial Venerable suddenly asked. Big sister, do you know that plain-dressed woman? The Celestial Venerable was silent. The Terrestrial Venerable frowned slightly. Why? The Celestial Venerable said softly. Mysterious. And powerful. The Terrestrial Venerable asked, how powerful? The Celestial Venerable laughed lightly. Do you know why the ancient god Abyss is so determined to help Yi Xian? The Terrestrial Venerable said in a low voice. Because of the plain-dressed woman. The Celestial Venerable nodded. According to my investigation, the plain-dressed woman has been to the ancient god Abyss. However, I do not know what happened there. But what is certain is that the ancient god Abyss is so determined to protect Yi Xian. Even Suja has come personally. This must have something to do with the plain-dressed woman. And for the ancient god Abyss to help Yi Xian at all costs, either the plain-dressed woman has made a deal with them, or they want to form a good relationship with the plain-dressed woman. If it is the latter, it means that the plain-dressed woman's strength is beyond our imagination. The Terrestrial Venerable was silent, his expression solemn. The Celestial Venerable said again. There is one more thing. Yi Xian has swallowed the blood of the Naga Dragon clan. His body has the power of the Naga Dragon clan. The blood of the Naga Dragon clan is unyielding and domineering. Not to mention among humans, even among the demonic beasts, it is at the top of the pyramid. However, Yi Xian can swallow their blood. What does this mean? It means that the power of Yi Xian's bloodline is above that of the Naga Dragon clan. No, it should be far beyond the Naga Dragon clan. However, we know nothing about the origin of the power of his bloodline. The Terrestrial Venerable shook his head. This person is too mysterious. The Celestial Venerable looked down at the Tao City. Doubting ancestor Zhao Jiqing made him the Tao Master after meeting him. There are two reasons. First, he took a fancy to him. Of course, he is indeed a rare genius. But I don't think Zhao Jiqing made him the Tao Master and gave him the Tao Seal just because of this. The Terrestrial Venerable said in a low voice. The force behind him. The Celestial Venerable nodded. It must be. Apart from that, this person is also related to Situ Tingyan. There must be an extremely mysterious and powerful force behind him. And these people might not belong to our world. The Terrestrial Venerable frowned slightly. Do we have a chance of winning? The Celestial Venerable shook his head. Judging from the strength displayed by Situ Tingyun and the woman from the Netherworld Hall, we have no chance of winning. The Terrestrial Venerable said in a low voice. Are we going to give up? The Celestial Venerable smiled. No. The Terrestrial Venerable frowned slightly. Why? The Celestial Venerable said softly. Because he might summon the spirit of the Great Path. We are destined to be enemies with him. With that, she smiled slightly. It's not that we have no chance of winning. We have to play this game of chess well. After all, There are too many people who want the Tao scripture in his hands now. It's true that I, and Yuan, don't have a great chance of winning if I fight him alone. But why should we fight him alone? We can choose to fight him together, can't we? P.S. One ticket is too few. Can we vote for a few more? End of this chapter. Chapter 14:24. Yi Xian returned to his room. In front of him was the soul-quelling sword. The soul-quelling sword had not broken through, but she had reached a critical point. If she had absorbed Yi Jun's soul, she would have broken through. Unfortunately, Yi Jun had escaped. Yi Jun's escape also made Yi Xian understand that experts above the Tao attainment realm were not so easy to kill. After a long silence, Yi Xian suddenly kept the soul-quelling sword and left. As for Nian Nian, she was still in the prison pagoda. It was too dangerous for her to be out there. One must know that the person in Yuan was truly afraid of was not Yi Xian, but Nian Nian. Yi Xian arrived in the starry sky of the fifth dimension. Suja was in this starry sky. Suja did not leave with his people. If he did, the experts from in Yuan would definitely come out in full force. That was not something the fifth dimension could fight against. Seeing Yi Xian, Suja smiled faintly. Young friend, you managed to injure Yi Jun with a single strike. With such strength, not to mention the fifth dimension, even in the whirling world, among the younger generation, you are considered a top existence. Yi Xian shook his head. Senior must be joking. I was able to injure Yi Jun because he underestimated me and lowered his realm. If not for that, I'm afraid I would not be his opponent. Suja's eyes flashed with surprise. Yi Xian had destroyed Yi Jun's body with a single strike, but he did not feel complacent. This surprised him. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Thank you for your help. I, Yi Xian, am eternally grateful. Suja collected his thoughts and smiled. And Yuan's enemy is my ancient god Abyss's friend. Yi Xian hesitated, then said, Senior has seen Qing'er? The woman in the plain dress. The smile on Suja's face gradually disappeared. He nodded slightly. Greetings, Senior. Yi Xian quickly asked, Did she say anything? Suja smiled bitterly. When they first met that Senior, she wanted to destroy the ancient god Abyss because their strength threatened Yi Xian. Suja shook his head and smiled. Little friend, she didn't say anything else. She just asked us not to hurt you. Yi Xian was speechless. Suja hesitated for a moment before asking, Young friend, may I ask what is Senior's background? In fact, she had investigated Yi Xian and the plain dress woman. She knew a lot about Yi Xian, but she knew practically nothing about the plain dress woman. Too mysterious. What is Qing'er's background? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Actually, he didn't know either. He only knew that her name was Qing'er, and that she was his relative. Other than that, he knew nothing about her background. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't answer, Suja didn't ask any further. Instead, he changed the topic. Young friend, with Senior's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for her to destroy the ancient god Abyss. Why is she? Yi Xian sighed softly. Senior, don't you understand? She doesn't even care about the ancient god Abyss. Hearing this, Suja's face gradually became solemn. That's right. With Senior's strength, does she need to care about the ancient god Abyss? Just like an elephant. Does it need to care about an ant? At this moment, Yi Xian asked again. Senior, you should know about the cause of misfortune, right? Suja nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he seemed to have thought of something. His pupils shrank abruptly. Young friend, do you mean to say that she is blocking the cause of misfortune for you? Yi Xian nodded. Suja's expression became incomparably solemn. No wonder. No wonder you were able to survive until now. I see. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, what is the realm above Tao attainment? Suja said in a low voice, Unity. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Unity. Suja nodded. Unity of all laws, unity of all Taos. Experts who have reached this level can unite all laws and Taos in the world into one. Currently, whether it is the ancient god Abyss or the ancient god Abyss, experts of this level are few and far between. As for the Tao attainment realm, although there are many Tao attainment realm experts in the ancient god Abyss, Those who can truly attain Tao can be counted on one hand. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Truly attain Tao attainment realm? Suja nodded his head slightly. Every realm is divided into true and false. Some Tao-attained realm cultivators are not as strong as they used to be. Just like Yi Jun, he was not as strong as he used to be. It could be said that his true strength was not even 60% of the Tao-attained realm. If the other party is not as powerful, even if you suppress your realm, you may not be able to defeat him. Just like you. Even if you suppress your realm to the Tao validation realm. Within the Tao validation realm, there are not many who can be your opponent. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Suja continued. The ancient god Abyss has 3 venerables, the heavenly venerable, the earthly venerable, and the human venerable. All 3 are at the consolidation realm, but the heavenly venerable is the most terrifying, because she is the kind of consolidation that is not as powerful as before. Other than that, the ancient god Abyss also has the yin-yang gods. These 2 have reached the peak of the consolidation realm tens of thousands of years ago. As for now, I'm afraid they are unfathomable. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Young friend, I still want to advise you. Why don't you come with me to the ancient god Abyss? There the ancient god Abyss can protect you. If you are in the 5th dimension, the ancient god Abyss will not be able to help you. Yi Xian said in a low voice. I appreciate Senior's kindness. But you know, if I leave here, the ancient god Abyss will definitely threaten me with the 5th dimension. I will not give up on the 5th dimension. Suja sighed softly. But forgive me for being blunt, young friend. With your current strength, there is no way you can fight against the ancient god Abyss. Unless Miss Nian Nian regains her memory, or the person behind young friend appears. Yi Xian was silent. When would Nian Nian regain her memory? He did not know. As for the Netherworld Temple, the current Netherworld Temple would not have time to care about him. It could be said that he could only face everything by himself. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Suja. Senior, if I may be so bold as to ask a favor. Suja nodded. Young friend, please speak. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Senior, I want you to stay in the 5th dimension for 3 months. I need 3 months. Suja was silent. Yi Xian suddenly said. If I meet Qing in the future, if you have any questions or want to know, I can ask Qing, or on your behalf. Hearing this, Suja's expression changed. He cupped his fists and said, if that's the case, then this old man will thank you in advance. If he could ask the woman in the plain dress for advice, it would definitely be beneficial. A pointer from that kind of expert was equivalent to 10,000 years of hard work. Suja continued, little friend, I will transfer 26 Tao completion experts to the 5th dimension. Apart from this, I will personally invite my master to the 5th dimension just in case. With him here, even if the Heavenly Sovereign personally takes action, he will not be able to do anything to you. Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, many thanks. Suja smiled. Young friend, this old man also has a favor to ask. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, please speak. Suja became serious. If you really manage to gather all the Tao scriptures in the future, I hope that you can borrow my ancient god's abyss to take a look. Is that possible? Yi Xian smiled. Of course. Suja smiled. Thank you. After chatting with Suja for a while, Yi Xian turned around and left. Suja also left the 5th dimension. From the current situation, he knew that even he could not control this place. Because not only was there the dark abyss, there was also the whirling world. It was really difficult. In the starry sky, Suja suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far in front of him stood a woman. The Heavenly Venerables. Suja narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect the Heavenly Venerables to personally come forward. The Heavenly Venerables laughed. Suja, in my impression, you are a cunning person. But this time, it doesn't seem worth it for you to help Yi Xian. That doesn't seem like your style. Suja was expressionless. The enemy of the ancient god's abyss is the friend of the ancient god's abyss. The Heavenly Venerables shook his head and laughed. No. If I'm not wrong, you are helping him because of the woman behind him. Suja looked at the Heavenly Venerables and did not speak. The Heavenly Venerables' lips curled up. Suja, I am really curious. How strong is the woman in the plain dress? How could the ancient god's abyss spare no effort to help Yi Xian? Suja laughed. It seems that you are also investigating the woman in the plain dress. He wanted to call him senior, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Why should he let the ancient god's abyss know how strong the woman in the plain dress was? Wouldn't it be better to let them do what they want? The heavenly venerables looked at Suja. As far as I know, the Whirling sect, Xianhuan sect, and the number 1 aristocratic family, the Xiao clan, have all sent people to the 5th dimension. In addition, the Whirling World Xuanji sect has already built a transmission array. Once the transmission array is completed, it will be much easier for the Whirling World to come to the 5th dimension. When that time comes, do you know what Yi Xian will face? Oh yes, there is also the ancient god's abyss. Suja was silent. The heavenly venerables laughed. Suja, the ancient god's abyss is helping Yi Xian. This is equivalent to making everyone your enemy. Suja laughed. So what? The heavenly venerables looked at Suja. After a moment of silence, she laughed. It seems that the woman in the plain dress is stronger than I thought. But do you think that she can deal with everyone? Suja looked at the heavenly venerables and laughed. Heavenly venerables, since you have been persuading me for so long, I will also give you a word of advice. Whether it is the ancient god's abyss or the ancient god's abyss, it has not been easy for us to survive until now. The world itself is already very difficult. Why do we still have to work hard? Is the Tao scripture really that important? Is it not good to be alive? The heavenly venerables looked at Suja. How strong is she? Suja was silent. The heavenly venerables laughed. Let me rephrase my question. If I were to fight with her, what percentage would I have? Suja looked at the heavenly venerables. You? The heavenly venerables nodded. I should have some chance of winning, right? Suja was silent for a moment before replying. Let's make it 3-7. You 3, she 7. The heavenly venerables blinked. Really? Suja replied calmly. I have never lied to anyone before. The heavenly venerables laughed. I know. Thank you for telling me. After saying that, she turned and disappeared into the horizon. Suja said softly. The feeling of lying is so F*** satisfying. No wonder little friend Yi likes to lie. Chapter 1425. The 5-dimensional universe. Inside the sword hall, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was Jia Lu. He was currently teaching Jia Lu the Tao scripture mantra. Jia Lu also cultivated a Tao body, but she did not cultivate the Tao scripture mantra. Now he was teaching her the Tao scripture mantra, without reservation. Jia Lu's strength was the closest to the Tao attainment realm. If she cultivated the Tao scripture mantra, her strength would reach a terrifying level. For now, even Yi Xian could not compare to her. After all, she was a member of the Dragon Clan, and had a unique advantage. A moment later, Jia Lu stood up and looked at Yi Xian. Thank you. With that, she returned to the prison pagoda. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian stood up and left the hall. At this time, Yi Jiming's voice sounded in his mind. What plans do you have next? Yi Xian chuckled. What plans can I have? I can only take one step at a time. Yi Jiming said solemnly. We must let Nian Nian recover her memory. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I also want to, but you know Nian Nian's situation. She doesn't even know when she will recover her memory. After a moment of silence, Yi Jiming said, Do you still remember what your aunt said? Yi Xian asked. What did she say? Yi Jiming said solemnly. She said that she could not interfere with Nian Nian's matters. In other words, Nian Nian's memory loss might have been intentional. Yi Xian frowned slightly. On purpose. Yi Jiming said. That's my guess. But why did she lose her memory? Is it because of the 5-dimensional universe? But now that the 5-dimensional universe has recovered, Yi Xian was silent. In fact, he was also very puzzled. Why did Nian Nian lose her memory? Did she not want to remember the past? That shouldn't be the case. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The moment this middle-aged man appeared, Venerable Mi appeared behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. From the Saha world? The middle-aged man smiled and said, "The great elder of the profound error sect, Li Qiuheng." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Sire must have come for the Tao scripture." Li Qiuheng nodded. "Young Master Yi, before I came, and Yuan came looking for me. They wanted to cooperate with my Black Nebulous sect, but I didn't agree immediately." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, do you know why I didn't agree immediately?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know." Li Qiuheng smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, you are a smart person. You should understand that with your strength and the strength of the fifth dimension, it is impossible to protect those Tao scriptures. If that's the case, why don't you hand it over and keep it safe?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Sire, if I hand over the Tao scripture, will you really let me go?" Li Qiuheng looked at Yi Xian. "If you are willing to hand it over, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee that my Black Nebulous sect will not be your enemy." Yi Xian was silent. Li Qiuheng smiled and said, "I know that there is a powerful and mysterious force behind young Master Yi. However, young Master Yi, do you really think that the people behind you can fight against the major sects of the Saha world, and in Yuan at the same time?" Yi Xian didn't say anything. Li Qiuheng shook his head and smiled. "Young Master Yi might not understand the Saha world. I can only tell you that any one of the top forces in the Saha world can easily destroy the entire fifth dimension." Yi Xian thought about it and then said, "What Senior said makes sense. This Tao scripture is a disaster in the hands of me, Yi Xian. However, I am a bit unwilling to hand it over like this." Li Qiuheng smiled and said, "It is normal to be unwilling. However, although treasures are good, life is more important, isn't it?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Senior, if I hand over the 6 Tao scriptures to you, will I get any benefits?" Li Qiuheng looked at Yi Xian and said, "You still want benefits?" Yi Xian chuckled and said, "If there are no benefits, who wouldn't I hand it over to? I don't necessarily have to hand it over to Senior. What do you think?" Li Qiuheng pointed at Yi Xian and smiled. "Greedy. No, you want to use the Tao scripture to stall for time, and buy time for yourself. Young Master Yi, do you really think that you can deal with our major forces? You're thinking too simply of us. We won't give you this opportunity. 5 days. If you don't hand over the Tao scripture in 5 days, we will make you and the entire fifth dimension disappear from this world. Of course, young Master Yi can also hurry up and call for reinforcements. If you are late, it will be too late." After saying that, he turned around and left. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian and said, "I heard that the woman behind you is very strong?" Yi Xian looked at Li Qiuheng and Li Qiuheng smiled and said, "If you are pinning your hopes on her, then let me tell you. Let me tell you, in the future, you will find out what a stupid idea this is." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Just as Li Qiuheng disappeared, Xianchu appeared in front of Yi Xian. Xianchu looked at Yi Xian and said, "Don't mind it. The whirling world is the birthplace of the Tao scripture and martial arts civilization. The people there look at the people outside the universe like city people look at country people." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't mind it at all. I am even a little happy." Xianchu looked at Yi Xian and understood. The more the whirling world looked down on Yi Xian, the happier Yi Xian was. Xianchu said in a deep voice, "What are your plans next?" "As far as I know, the experts of the Xuanhuan sect are already on their way, and there are many of them. In addition, the Xuanji sect is also building a teleportation array." Speaking of this, she looked at Yi Xian and said, "Originally, it was impossible for the Xuanji sect to build a teleportation array that can lead to the 5-dimensional universe, because it is extremely difficult to come here from the whirling world. Even the experts of the consolidation realm can't easily come to this world. However, because of the Tao scripture, the major forces of the whirling world have united like never before. Their goal is not only the Tao scripture, but also your universe." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Resources." Xianchu nodded and said, "If you want to develop, you must have resources. And your universe is a good target for the whirling world. In addition, because of the Tao scripture, The major forces of the whirling world have helped the Xuanji sect build a teleportation array. What the whirling world is after is not just the Tao scripture. Yi Xian looked calm and did not speak. No one knew what he was thinking. Xianchu looked at Yi Xian and said, "The current situation is that even if you hand over the Tao scripture, the whirling world and the dark abyss will not let you go. Your five-dimensional universe, the Tao world, the six-dimensional universe, the doubting world and the celestial abyss, especially those top-grade mineral veins, are all coveted by them. Of course, the most important thing is the Tao scripture. You have 6 Tao scriptures, and in addition to the 2 from the dark abyss, you have a total of 8 Tao scriptures. They will go crazy." Yi Xian said with a smile. "Xianchu, what are you trying to say?" Xianchu said in a deep voice, "I want your 6 Tao scriptures. If you give them to me, I can help you." Yi Xian said with a smile. "How can I help?" Xianchu said, "As long as you give me the Tao scripture, whether it is the dark abyss or the whirling world, my whirling sect will help you deal with them." Yi Xian looked at Xianchu and said, "The whirling sect is that strong?" Xianchu nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Xianchu, I trust you, but I don't trust the whirling sect. Do you understand what I mean?" Xianchu frowned slightly. "Do you think I don't have the ability to make decisions?" Yi Xian nodded. Xianchu's expression was calm. "If there are no accidents, I will be the next whirling sect master." Yi Xian shook his head. "Xianchu, you said it yourself. If there are no accidents. Also, Miss Xianchu, I, Yi Xian, will not put my fate in the hands of others. If I give you the Tao scripture, and you suddenly ignore me, won't I be embarrassed?" Xianchu was silent. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Miss Xianchu, I appreciate your kindness." After saying that, he turned and left. Xianchu looked at Yi Xian in the distance and sighed softly. At this time, an old man appeared beside her and said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Venerable in Yuan contacted us. He asked if we are interested in joining forces." Xianchu shook her head. "I'm not interested." The old man frowned slightly. "Why?" Xianchu spoke softly. "Because I feel that something bad will happen if they target Yi Xian like this." The old man spoke in a low voice. "You're talking about the people behind him?" Xianchu closed her eyes slowly. "So many people are bullying him, so those people definitely won't sit idly by." The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "I know that the Blackout sect, the Profound Secret School, the Xiao clan, and the Tao Return Institute have joined forces within Yuan this time. Their true objective isn't just Yi Xian himself, it's the people behind him as well. If we don't participate now, then once Yi Xian is defeated in the future, our whirling sect won't have a share in the Tao scripture. Moreover, we might even be isolated by these powers. So now," Xianchu suddenly looked at the old man. "Is this what the sect master wants?" The old man shook his head. "The sect master wants you and exalt you to make the decision." Xianchu spoke in a low voice. "When will master arrive?" The old man replied, "I don't know." Xianchu looked at the old man, and the old man spoke in a low voice. "Exalt you has already stopped contacting me. She might have already arrived in the 5th dimension." Xianchu fell silent. The old man continued, "There's one more thing, and that is that the transmission array has already been completed under the alliance of several great powers. The Tao scripture is almost complete. Once it's completed, a large number of super experts will rush over to the 5th dimension. At that time, Yi Xian will." He didn't continue. Xianchu spoke softly. "Their true objective is the people behind Yi Xian and Mu Nianyan." The old man nodded. "And Yuan will also send a large number of experts to the 5th dimension. They only have one goal, and that is to force the power behind Yi Xian to show themselves. Then they will be destroyed." Xianchu looked down at the 5th dimension and spoke softly. "Will they show themselves to help Yi Xian?" The old man spoke in a low voice. "If they don't show themselves, Yi Xian will definitely die. The 5th dimension will definitely be destroyed." At this moment, the old man turned around. Behind them was a woman. Senior Sister Lu. The old man glanced at Senior Sister Lu, but didn't speak. In fact, they already knew that Senior Sister Lu was here. Xianchu looked at Senior Sister Lu. "Can you persuade Yi Xian?" Senior sister Lu was expressionless. Why should I persuade him? Does he really think that the Yang family is easy to bully? After saying this, she turned around and left. Xianchu frowned slightly. Yang family? What family? The old man shook his head. Never heard of it. Xianchu was silent. Spirit Palace. On this day, senior sister Lu came to the Spirit Palace and found Ling. She looked at Ling. You can contact that little white fellow, right? Linger nodded. Senior sister Lu was expressionless. Contact her. Ling hesitated for a moment, then opened a box. Somewhere in the distant starry sky, the little white thing next to the azure-robed man suddenly stopped. She hurried to open a box. A moment later, she suddenly lifted her head to look at Yi Xian. Then she waved her little paw quickly. The green-robed man was silent. Beside him, the spear-wielding woman looked at the green-robed man. If you don't care, I will go back. The green-robed man shook his head. It's too late. We are too far away from him. Unless we shatter the starry sky. Even if we shatter the starry sky, it will still take a month. The spear-wielding woman raised her eyebrows slightly. So what? The green-robed man held the spear-wielding woman's hand and said softly, I will inform a few people. As his voice fell, he opened his palm, and a ray of sword light suddenly shot up into the sky. The next moment, the ray of sword light split into several rays of sword aura, and disappeared in the starry sky. On the peak of an unknown mountain, a woman sat cross-legged on a boulder. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. In the sky in front of her, the space was torn apart by a ray of sword aura. The woman opened her right hand, and the ray of sword aura fell into her hand. When she saw the sword aura, the woman looked excited. You finally contacted me. As she said this, she frowned slightly. The five-dimensional universe? The dark abyss? I should have killed all these pieces of trash back then. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly drew her sword and slashed forward. With this slash, the space in front of her split open. In the next moment, she turned into a ray of sword light and entered the pitch-black space. Soon after, a ray of sword light tore through the pitch-black space tunnel. On the other side, in an unknown galaxy, a woman slowly walked in a resplendent galaxy. The starry sky around her was dazzling, mysterious, and beautiful. This woman wore a white robe, and there was a wine gourd hanging on her waist. At this moment, the woman suddenly stopped. Not far in front of her, there was a black door floating in the air. The woman said softly, The cause of disaster. Brother, was it forced on you by others, or is it your own? I will investigate clearly. As she said this, she walked towards the black door floating in the air. At this moment, a ray of sword aura suddenly appeared not far behind her. The woman turned around and opened her palm. The ray of sword aura fell into her palm. A moment later, the woman's expression suddenly became ferocious. Bandit Yang, if anything happens to him, I will fuse with that woman and blow your dog head off. After saying that, she suddenly threw a punch in front of her. Boom. Under this punch, the starry sky was destroyed, and nothing existed. The next moment, a ray of white light tore through the pitch-black space. This was an unknown starry sky. In the starry sky, there was a stone staircase that was millions of feet long. The stone staircase stood in the starry sky, and at the end of the stone staircase, there was a huge stone door. On the stone staircase, a swordsman wearing a cloud-white robe walked slowly. P.S. The college entrance examination is over. Tomorrow will be early. One vote is also love. Chapter 1426. Around them, the starry sky was deathly silent. On the stone steps, Swordsman was walking slowly and calmly. At the bottom of the stone steps, there was a sloppily dressed old man. The old man's hair was long and messy, and at his waist, there was a small black wine pot. At this moment, this sloppy old man was staring at the swordsman on the stone steps. The stone steps were 990,000 zhang in total. One zhang was a Dao law. One zhang was a heaven and earth. One zhang was a whirling wind. The stone steps were the road, and the stone door at the end was the legendary Dao Gate. What was the Dao Gate? According to legend, It was an inheritance left behind by the Tao Scripture's owner. Once you enter the Tao Gate, you can obtain the Tao. After the Tao Scripture's owner, no one had ever reached the Tao Gate. Even the 4 disciples of the Tao Scripture's owner did not. Not only that, they did not even reach half the distance. At this moment, Swordsman was only 10,000 zhang away from the Tao Gate. At this time, the swordsman suddenly sped up. He walked faster and faster. The Tao law on the Tao path did not seem to have any effect on him. Seeing the swordsman suddenly speed up, the sloppy old man's pupils shrank, his eyes filled with disbelief. Soon, the swordsman arrived in front of the Tao Gate. The stone door slowly opened, and a voice floated out from inside. Enter this door, and you can obtain the Tao. The swordsman chuckled. Tao, can you block my sword? With that, he turned around and floated away. The stone door was empty and quiet. When the swordsman returned to the starting point, the sloppy old man suddenly said with a trembling voice, Your Excellency, why don't you go in and see? You can obtain the true Tao by entering this door. The swordsman did not look back. I am already invincible. Why would I need to enter the Tao? The sloppy old man was petrified. At this time, the starry sky several hundred zhang in front of the swordsman suddenly split open, and a strand of sword qi floated out. The swordsman opened his palm, and the strand of sword qi steadily fell in front of him. A moment later, the swordsman looked up into the distance and whispered, The 5-dimensional universe? At this point, he turned to look at the sloppy old man. Can you do me a small favor? The sloppy old man hurriedly said, Senior, please speak. Senior. In fact, the sloppy old man felt rather complicated. How many years had it been? When had he ever called anyone senior? Swordsman smiled faintly. The son of an old friend has encountered some trouble in the 5th dimension. The people there are too weak, so I have no interest in going there. However, the son of an old friend is in trouble, so I have no choice but to help. So, the slovenly old man hurriedly said, This junior is willing to go and help. This was a great opportunity to form a good relationship. Why would such an expert seek his help? Such an opportunity was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. Swordsman nodded. Since you've done me a favor, I should also do you a favor. Tell me. The sloppy old man hurriedly bowed respectfully. Senior, please give me some pointers. Swordsman shook his head. I can't guide you. The sloppy old man was puzzled. Why? Swordsman chuckled. You are within the realm, but I am not. The sloppy old man was stunned. Not within the realm? Swordsman nodded. I don't have a realm. The sloppy old man. Swordsman suddenly walked into the distance. The Tao is in the heart, and you are the Tao. There is no need to become someone else's Tao. Since you have reached the end of the road, why not try another one? As he spoke, he had already disappeared at the end of the starry sky. At the same time, a voice came from the end of the starry sky. Actually, there is nothing wrong with being weak. At least, you can taste the taste of defeat. At the stone steps, the sloppy old man was silent. After a long time, he respectfully bowed towards the distance. Thank you for your guidance. As he said this, he turned to look at the stone door with a complicated expression. Master, I finally know why you are disappointed in us. It turns out that you don't want us to follow your path. After saying this, he turned and left. Qingcheng. On this day, a woman arrived at Qingcheng. The woman wore a long white dress and was as beautiful as a fairy. As soon as she stepped into Qingcheng, she attracted the attention of countless people around her. Although many people around her had lustful thoughts, no one dared to offend her. The woman slowly arrived at the Yi family. At this time, the Yi family had already declined. There were only a few people left in the entire Yi family. The woman walked towards the Yi family. At this time, a Yi family guard blocked in front of the woman. He glanced at the woman. You are? The woman smiled faintly, and in the next moment, she had already disappeared. The guard was stunned. When the woman reappeared, she was already in the Yi residence. To be precise, she was in the small courtyard where Yi Xian and Yi Ling used to live. The woman looked around and smiled. Yi Xian. At this time, a weak voice sounded behind the woman. You are? The woman turned around. In front of her stood an extremely weak old man. The woman looked at the old man and did not speak. The old man said with a trembling voice, "Do you know Yi Xian?" The woman nodded. "I do." The old man hurriedly asked, "Is he dead?" The woman shook her head. "No." The old man was stunned. Then he fell to the ground. "He's not dead yet." The woman looked at the old man. "You're going to die." The old man smiled miserably. "I know," the woman smiled. "You want him to die? Why is that?" The old man's expression suddenly became resentful. "He killed my grandson and caused me to become like this. Do you think I shouldn't want him to die?" The woman shook her head and smiled. "So it's you. I heard that you forced him to leave the Yi family." The old man stared at the woman. He was never a member of the Yi family. The woman smiled. "In your heart, you think that your grandson and the Yi family patriarch's position are the most important. But do you know that your so-called patriarch's position is nothing in his eyes? He was born in your Yi family. In fact, it was a great opportunity for your Yi family. If you had used this opportunity well, I believe that the fate of your Yi family would have been changed. Unfortunately, you forcibly turned this opportunity into an ill-fated relationship." The old man looked at the woman. "What level has he reached now? Has he reached the Dharma realm?" The woman blinked. "Dharma realm." The old man stared at the woman. "I heard that the strongest in the entire Azure province is the Dharma realm. Has he reached the Dharma realm?" The woman smiled. "He's probably tens of thousands of times stronger than the Dharma realm. With his current strength, he should be able to destroy your Azure province with a sneeze." Hearing this, the old man was stunned. Then, as if he had gone mad, he said, "Impossible. He can't be that strong." The woman ignored the old man. She turned around and looked around. Then she said softly, "This small place can't cultivate someone like him." With that, she slowly closed her eyes. Soon, the surrounding space trembled. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed. He quickly retreated. "You." At this moment, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. She narrowed her eyes. "I can't find out. What kind of force is behind you?" A moment later, the woman turned around and left. Behind her, the old man said in a trembling voice, Who are you?" The woman smiled. "I come from the whirling world." You probably haven't heard of it." This time, I came to the Yi family to see his past, and then to see the woman behind him. Unfortunately, she didn't leave any information. However, it's not like I didn't gain anything. After saying that, she disappeared. Whirling world. In the field, the old man's eyes were filled with confusion. What was that place? The five-dimensional universe. Somewhere in the starry sky, the celestial venerable stood quietly. Behind her were the master and the earth venerable. On the right of the celestial venerable stood a middle-aged man. He was Li Qiuheng of the Xuanhuan sect. Opposite Li Qiuheng was a middle-aged man. This person was Yi Jun, whose body had been destroyed by Yi Xian. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Li Qiuheng glanced at the old man and smiled. "So it's Elder Hu Bugui of the Tao Returning Academy." The old man called Hu Bugui said indifferently, "I heard that you're preparing to join forces to deal with the force behind Yi Xian?" The celestial venerable smiled. "Yes." Hu Bugui looked at the celestial venerable. "Count the Tao Returning Academy in." The celestial venerable smiled. "Welcome." Li Qiuheng suddenly looked at the celestial venerable. "Celestial venerable, is the force behind Yi Xian really that strong?" The celestial venerable said softly, "Everyone, there was a woman who appeared to help Yi Xian before, and she killed my third brother in the Dark Abyss Forbidden Area. My third brother is also at the Consolidation Realm, and the other party is only a clone." Hearing this, everyone's expressions became solemn. A clone. A clone had killed a Consolidation Realm expert. The celestial venerable continued. "Also, you should already know that Yi Xian has the calamity cause, but he's still alive. If I'm not wrong, someone must be blocking the calamity cause for him." In the distance, Hu Bugui frowned. "What kind of force is it?" The celestial venerable shook his head. "I don't know, but I'm sure that it's definitely a very strong force." "Very strong?" Hubugue sneered. Isn't that a little exaggerated? The celestial venerable looked at Hubugue and smiled. Can you kill a consolidation realm expert with a clone? Hubugue fell silent. He couldn't. Hubugue looked at the celestial venerable. But I don't think there are many experts of that level. The celestial venerable asked. What if there are many? Hubugue frowned. How is that possible? Even in the whirling world, there aren't many experts of that level. The celestial venerable smiled. What if there are many? At this moment, Li Qiuheng suddenly said, the celestial venerable is right. What if there are many? Even if there aren't many, what if there are 2 or 3? Hubugue fell silent. The celestial venerable smiled. I and Yuan suffered a great loss because I underestimated him. As she said this, she looked down and said softly, Everyone, if we want to destroy Yi Xian and obtain the Tao scripture, we must first take care of the people behind him. So this time, everyone, don't hide it anymore. Call as many experts as you can. Hubugue frowned. If we call too many experts, what if the people behind him are afraid and don't show up? Wouldn't it be a loss? The celestial venerable said softly, That's true. Chapter 1427. In the starry sky, Li Qiuheng said, We can do this, call more experts, but let the consolidation realm experts hide in the dark. Once the people behind Yi Xian appear, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. As he spoke, he glanced at the crowd. What do you think? Li Qiuheng smiled and said, That's fine. As he spoke, he looked at the celestial venerate. Celestial venerate, what do you think? After a moment of silence, the Empyrean said, I feel that we shouldn't underestimate the people behind him. It's better to be safe than sorry. Li Qiuheng smiled and said, I know Sky Sovereign's concerns. Therefore, just in case, my Black Illusion sect will send 6 Peak Consolidation Realm experts and 20 Tao Attainment Realm experts to the 5th dimension. Hubugue added, the Tao Returning Academy will also send 6 Peak Unity Realm experts and 20 Tao Attainment Realm experts. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Jun. After a moment of silence, Yi Jun said, I'll withdraw. Quit. Everyone looked at Yi Jun. Yi Jun said indifferently, Everyone, my Yi family isn't as strong as you all, so we won't get involved. With that, he turned around and left. Although the Yi family was not considered weak in the whirling world, it was not particularly strong either. He had initially sought out Yi Xian because he didn't know Yi Xian's background. However, after hearing the Heavenly Venerate's words, he realized that Yi Xian wasn't as simple as he seemed. Even the Dark Abyss needed to join forces with the whirling world. One could imagine how powerful the force behind Yi Xian was. At this time, if the Yi clan still wanted to participate, it would be very stupid. Moreover, even if he won in the end, the Yi family would not benefit at all, because the Yi family was much weaker than the other forces. Therefore, no matter if they won or lost, the Yi family would not benefit from it. Leaving was the best choice. As for the grudge of having his body severed by Yi Xian, he no longer cared. It was good enough that he was alive. The others didn't say anything when they saw Yi Jun leave, nor did they try to persuade him to leave. The Yi family's strength was indeed nothing to them. Meanwhile, Li Qiuheng suddenly said, What's the attitude of the whirling sect? The whirling sect. Everyone looked at the heavenly exalt when they heard this. The whirling sect's attitude was extremely important, because the whirling sect was known as the #1 sect in the whirling world. After all, the whirling sect possessed the last Tao scripture. Yet it was still standing. Just this alone was sufficient to prove how powerful the whirling sect was. The Empyrean said softly, Their attitude is unclear. However, we can be sure that even if they don't help us, they will definitely not help Yi Xian. Li Qiuheng nodded. Although the whirling sect is strong, they will definitely not go against all of us just for Yi Xian. However, we have to be careful. If they really help Yi Xian, then the matter will be slightly troublesome. The Empyrean nodded. I'll go see them again and probe their attitude. After that, she looked at Li Qiuheng. When will Profound Theory Sect's teleportation array be completed? Li Qiuheng said solemnly. 5 days at most. 5 days. The heavenly exalt nodded and said, the Shao clan also participated in the construction of the teleportation formation, right? Li Qiuheng nodded. Not only the Shao clan, but the whirling sect also participated. The Emperor smiled. It seems that you are very ambitious. Li Qiuheng smiled. Since we're here, we naturally can't just bring along the Tao scripture. What do you say, Emperor? The Emperor smiled. Of course. You guys chat. I'll go see the two from the whirling sect and see what their attitude is. After that, she left with the Earth Venerable and the deceased master. Li Qiuheng looked at the fifth dimension below. Let's get ready. After that, everyone left. The starry sky became quiet. Dao City, inside the Sword Hall. Yi Xian and Guanyin sat opposite each other. Venerable Mi was also beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Venerable Mi. Are there many people coming recently? Venerable Mi nodded. In the fifth dimension, more and more mysterious experts are appearing. Most of them are from the whirling world. After that he paused. We must think of a countermeasure. Yi Xian nodded. I know. After that he looked at Guanyin. What's the overall situation in the fifth dimension? Guanyin said in a low voice. There are no problems internally. But if the whirling world and the dark abyss really join forces, then we. Yi Xian was silent. Guanyin said again. No matter what, we cannot fight in the fifth dimension. Otherwise, it will cause a destructive blow to the fifth dimension. Venerable Mi sighed. Their goal is the fifth dimension. Therefore, they will definitely not place the battlefield elsewhere. Moreover, we are very passive. After that, he looked at Yi Xian. Sect Master, I feel that even if the ancient god Abyss helps us, we have no chance of winning. Moreover, if they pay too high a price, they will most likely withdraw. Yi Xian nodded. This time, we can only rely on ourselves. Venerable Mi wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian said softly, based on the current situation, we have no chance of winning. Am I right? Venerable Mi said in a low voice. Unless Miss Nian Nian regains her memory. Nian Nian. Guanyin and Yi Xian looked at Yi Xian. The only thing that could save the fifth dimension now was Nian Nian. As long as Nian Nian regained her memory, all the problems would be solved. But the problem was that Nian Nian showed no signs of recovering. Yi Xian suddenly stood up and left. Inside the hall, Venerable Mi and Guanyin looked at each other. Yi Xian came to the starry sky and looked down at the fifth dimension. This was the place that Yi Xian wanted to protect. But now, with the whirling world and the dark world joining forces, could he still protect this universe? As if thinking of something, he opened his palm and 6 scrolls of Tao scripture appeared in his hand. Yi Jiming suddenly said, What's your plan? Hand it over? Yi Xian shook his head. It's useless to hand it over. Because their goal is not only the Tao scripture, but also this universe. Yi Jiming said in a low voice, compared to the whirling world, the fifth dimension and the doubting are too weak. As for the ancient god Abyss, as Venerable Mi said, if they pay too much, they will most likely retreat. Yi Xian was silent. Yi Jiming said again, Do you want to use this Tao scripture to make them kill each other? Yi Xian shook his head. Impossible. Those people are not stupid. If I do that, I will only give away the Tao scripture for nothing. Yi Jiming said whirling school. Yi Xian still shook his head. The whirling sect is powerful, but they only want my Taoist scripture. They won't really help me. Even if they help me, they will only help me. They won't help the entire 5-dimensional universe. They will even give up the 5th dimension to ease the relationship with other forces. In short, they will not rely on others. Yi Jiming said in a low voice. Can you contact the woman in the plain dress? Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. He could not sense the woman at all. Yi Jiming said in a low voice. This time is not like before. If the difference in strength between us is too great, the 5th dimension might become chaotic. Yi Xian nodded. This was also the problem he was most worried about. If the whirling world and the dark world joined hands, the 5th dimension would not be able to resist. In this situation, many experts in the 5th dimension might collapse. But this was normal because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Yi Jiming said. What are your plans? Yi Xian was silent. After a while, he looked at the Tao scripture in his hand. This Tao scripture was a hot potato. Actually, if it was only because of the Tao scripture, it would be easy to deal with. But the problem was not only the Tao scripture. The whirling world built the teleportation array to invade this universe and take it for themselves. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Teleportation array. Yi Jiming said solemnly. If the teleportation array can't be built, then the whirling world won't pose much of a threat to us. If there is only dark abyss, then ancient god abyss won't have to sacrifice too much and the situation will become advantageous to us. Of course, the prerequisite is to stop them from building the teleportation array. Yi Xian suddenly kept the Tao scripture and came to Seven's room. Yi Xian said solemnly, Seven, I want you to help me find someone. Seven looked at Yi Xian. Who? Yi Xian said a few words and moments later, Seven got up and left. Hold on until I return. After saying that, she turned into a streak of sword light and disappeared. At the entrance of the room, Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. I will try my best. After saying that, he disappeared. Soon Yi Xian found Xian Chu because he had to ask Xian Chu to know the coordinates of the teleportation array built by Xuanji sect. Xian Chu looked at Yi Xian. You want to destroy the teleportation array? Yi Xian nodded. Xian Chu shook his head. Impossible. That teleportation array was built by a few major forces. Moreover, my whirling sect also participated in it. It's definitely not something you can destroy. Yi Xian smiled. I still want to try. Xian Chu fell silent. Yi Xian asked again, Can I? After a moment of silence, Xian Chu said, It's in the starry sky 120,000 li south of here. That's the coordinates chosen by Xuanji sect. They didn't expect you to destroy the teleportation array, so you can try. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Thank you. After saying that, he got up and was about to leave. Xian Chu suddenly said, Even if you destroy the teleportation array, you'll only buy some time, and they won't give up. Yi Xian said softly, All I need is some time. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Xian Chu frowned slightly. What did he mean? Yi Xian didn't swagger off. Instead, he left Dao City stealthily and arrived at a starry sky according to Xian Chu's directions. This starry sky was the teleportation coordinates chosen by Xuanji sect. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and it didn't take long for the spatial Dao law to appear between his brows. A short while later, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. The space there was 300 m away was the coordinates chosen by Xuanji sect, because he'd sensed a mysterious force there. Yi Xian was about to attack when a voice resounded from behind him. If you dare to attack, you'll die right now. Chapter 1428. Yi Xian turned around. In front of him stood a woman. She was dressed in a spotless white dress. The woman smiled. I am Xian Chu's master. Xian Chu's master. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Whirling sect. The woman nodded. Yes. You can call me Yuzun. They all call me that. Yi Xian was silent. The woman smiled. Don't worry. I have no ill intentions towards you. Whirling sect will not ally with Yin Yuan. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Why? The woman smiled. There are two reasons. First, I am good friends with the ancestor of doubting, Zhao Jiqing. As for the second reason, I can't tell you for now. Yi Xian smiled. Don't you want the Tao scripture? Yuzun said. We want it, but we won't snatch it from you. Yi Xian looked at Yuzun. Why? Yuzun smiled. I won't answer this question. As she spoke, she looked at the space 100 zhang in front of Yi Xian. Do you really think you can destroy this teleportation array? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Sir, please give me some pointers. Yuzun smiled. In that space, there are at least 5 consolidation realm experts protecting the array. If you go in, do you think you can fight against 5 consolidation realm experts? Yi Xian shook his head. I can't. Yuzun walked in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. Now you have 2 choices. First, take the 5th dimension Tendo and run as far as you can. If you want to escape, with the help of ancient god Abyss, they might not be able to catch you. Second, hand over the Tao scripture. Yixian smiled. Give it to Whirling Sect. Yuzun nodded. If you give it to my Whirling Sect, I can promise you that my Whirling Sect will protect your fifth dimension. Yixian shook his head. I don't believe you. Venerable Yu smiled. Why? Yixian looked at Yuzun. Are you the sect leader of Whirling Sect? Yuzun shook his head. No, but the Whirling Sect's sect leader is my senior sister. Normally, she would not go back on her word. Yixian smiled and said, average. Venerable Yu smiled and said, then do you have a better choice? Yixian looked at Yuzun. Miss Yu, I can choose to die together with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and transformed into a streak of sword light that vanished into the horizon. Indiscriminate destruction. Yuzun spoke softly. Would you do that? Right at this moment, the space before her suddenly started trembling. Yuzun frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. So quickly? Looks like he can't wait any longer. Yixian returned to the fifth dimension. He looked at the world below him in silence. Passive. The current situation in the fifth dimension was too passive. Although the ancient god Abyss had agreed to help, he knew that if the price was too high, the ancient god Abyss would definitely retreat. Because it was impossible for the ancient god Abyss to become enemies with so many forces. Currently, if the ancient god Abyss retreated, the fifth dimension would not be able to fight back. Why did the whirling world and the ancient god Abyss join hands? It was because they wanted to deal with the forces behind him. However, he was aggrieved because he did not know what forces were behind him. What forces were behind him? Yixian was also a little confused. He only knew of Qing. As for the others, he wasn't familiar with them, including the ant from the Netherworld Hall who had come earlier. Thinking of this, Yixian sighed softly. Why did he feel like a scapegoat? At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. It was the Sky Sovereign. The Sky Sovereign looked at Yixian and said with a smile, "You are very calm. If I'm not wrong, you must have contacted the people behind you. Am I right?" Yixian was silent. He wanted to curse. Contact? I will contact your mother. Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yixian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yixian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man wearing a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yixian's sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yixian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yixian is a crown prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was afraid and didn't dare to look at the Great Elder, but she didn't leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the mining rights in Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. But the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly said angrily. It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to discard him or not. Men drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly smiled and said, she should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew it was his chance to show off. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of crown prince. Why are you shouting? As he said this, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. The right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. But she didn't cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. I'm Zhang Mu. Greetings, Crown Prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the Crown Prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Crown Prince. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped when he saw something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking toward the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. This young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng. Qingcheng Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this time the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly. Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled. Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed. Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Chapter 1429. The appearance of these experts caused the entire starry sky to tremble. This expanse of the universe couldn't endure so many experts at all. Meanwhile, Li Qiuheng gazed at the Heavenly Exalt and smiled. Heavenly Exalt, my Black Illusion sect has a total of 8 Consolidation Realm experts and 22 Dao Transformation Realm experts. The same goes for the Profound School, Dao Returnance Institute and Shao Clan. What about you? Everyone gazed at the Heavenly Exalt. The Heavenly Exalt grinned. She knew that the members of the Whirling sect wanted to see In Yuan's strength. At this moment, she had no choice but to reveal In Yuan's strength, because if In Yuan didn't reveal his formidable strength, then he wouldn't have the right to speak. The Heavenly Exalt smiled. Come out. As soon as she finished speaking, 12 black-robed experts suddenly appeared behind her. The expressions of Li Qiuheng and the others changed slightly when they witnessed this scene. All 12 of them were actually consolidation realm experts. If the heavenly exalt and earthly exalt were included, then it was a total of 14 consolidation realm experts. Besides that, there were 30 Dao transformation realm experts. It could be said that Yuan had the most experts amongst the great powers. At this moment, the members of the Black Illusion sect didn't dare underestimate Yuan. Meanwhile, a white-robed old man walked forward. He glanced at them and smiled. "Everyone, I'm the old man, the grand elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Pingsheng. I think I should mention something in advance, and it's that there are only 6 scrolls of the Dao scripture. If we kill Yi Xian, then how will the 6 scrolls be divided?" Everyone fell silent when they heard this. How to divide the Dao scripture was a very important question. Xiao Pingsheng smiled. "We wouldn't have to kill each other then, right?" Meanwhile, the heavenly exalt suddenly said, "Elder Xiao, I think it's not suitable for us to talk about this now." Xiao Pingsheng gazed at the heavenly exalt. "But this isn't a problem that can't be resolved without discussing it." The heavenly exalt gazed at Xiao Pingsheng. "Elder Xiao, the premise of this question is that we're able to kill Yi Xian and annihilate the power that stands behind him. However, do you think we're 100% confident in our ability?" Xiao Pingsheng chuckled and said, "It's not that I look down on Yi Xian, but I really can't find any force in the entire universe that can fight against our joint forces. Even with the help of the ancient god Abyss and the Whirling sect, it was impossible. According to what I know, the Whirling sect has already chosen not to interfere in this matter. As for the ancient god Abyss, haven't they already left the 5th dimension?" The Empyrean shook his head. "Elder Xiao, the influence behind Yi Xian is unknown to us, and the unknown means that anything is possible." Xiao Pingsheng was about to speak when Li Qiuheng suddenly said, "What the heavenly venerate said makes sense. I think it's still too early for us to talk about the Dao scriptures. It wasn't appropriate either. It wouldn't be too late to discuss the matter of the Dao scripture after he destroyed Yi Xian and the forces behind him. And if we talk about it now, it's very likely to cause some unnecessary trouble and problems." Hu Buhui also nodded. "Let's get rid of Yi Xian first." Seeing this, Xiao Pingsheng did not insist. He immediately nodded. "Then let's get rid of Yi Xian first." At this moment, Li Qiuheng suddenly laughed. "Speaking of which, with so many of us, will the forces behind Yi Xian be so scared that they won't dare to show themselves? If that's the case, then this trip to the 5th dimension will be too boring." The Empyrean chuckled. Let's go. Let's go and meet Yi Xian." Everyone nodded. Soon, everyone disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the sky above the Dao City. When so many experts appeared in the sky above the Dao City, everyone in the Dao City was petrified. Then, everyone fell into despair. Even revered me felt despair at this moment. So many experts. How could the current 5th dimension fight against them? Below, Yi Xian walked out of the sword hall and looked up at the sky. When he saw so many experts in the sky, he fell silent. They really wanted to gang up on Yi Xian. Yi Xian slowly walked towards the sky. At this moment, a little girl appeared beside him. It was Nian Nian. Nian Nian grabbed Yi Xian's hand and softly said, "I'll go with you." Yi Xian smiled. "Okay." At this moment, Zhang Wenxiu and Lan Xiu and Lian Wanli also appeared beside him. There were also 2 people he was very familiar with. They were Xiao Dao and Qian Mo. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao and smiled. "You shouldn't have come at this time." Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said, "If I didn't come now, I might not have the chance to come in the future." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He looked at Qian Mo. "Miss Qian Mo, what about you?" Although he had slept with Qian Mo, that was Sister Nian Xin. There were feelings between him and Qian Mo, but there didn't seem to be any. On the other hand, they had dual cultivated. What was this? Were they sleeping partners? Qian Mo looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian was about to speak when the celestial venerate in the sky suddenly smiled. "Yi Xian, you seem to have a lot of female confidants." Yi Xian looked up at the celestial venerate and said with a smile, "Celestial venerate, to be honest, aren't you overestimating me? Let me count. TSK. 46 Consolidation Realm. More than 100 Dao Attainment Realm. I'm only at Dao Defense Realm. Aren't you guys going too far? The Celestial Venerate looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, I've investigated you. You had many opponents in the past, but they're all dead. Why? There's a very important reason, and that's because they looked down on you. They didn't go all out. They always gave you a chance to grow. So you're alive, but they're dead. We won't make their mistakes. Look, we value you enough, right? Yi Xian was silent. The Celestial Venerate looked around and said with a smile, Yi Xian, where are your people? Yi Xian looked around and cursed in his heart. I also want to know where my people are. At this time, Li Qiuheng suddenly smiled. If an expert appears with our strength, even if they're millions of miles away, we'll still be able to sense them. Unfortunately, I don't sense any powerful aura. As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, don't tell me the people behind you are afraid? Below, Yi Xian suddenly turned to Venerable Mi and the rest. You guys go. Venerable Mi and the rest were stunned. Yi Xian smiled. There's no point in staying here. Venerable Mi was silent. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin below. Go. Guanyin was silent. Go. It was obvious that the fifth dimension had no chance of winning. With all the experts of the whirling world and the dark abyss joining hands, how could Yi Xian resist? It should be known that these factions had a foundation of hundreds of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. And what about Yi Xian? His biggest support was Nian Nian, but now, Nian Nian had become a little girl. Not only could she not help Yi Xian, but she also needed Yi Xian to protect her. It could be said that the fifth dimension was a dead end. At this time, Yi Xian looked at Dao City below. Everyone leave. He did not ask everyone to face the whirling world and the ancient god abyss with him, because that was equivalent to sending others to their deaths. In fact, he himself wanted to run away. But he knew that he could not escape, and he did not want to escape. He promised Sister Nian that he would protect this part of the universe, and he would do his best to do what he promised. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the people below had a complicated expression. They knew that Yi Xian wanted them to escape. Yi Xian looked at the people below and smiled. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to protect you. Below, countless people suddenly slowly bowed to Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian not only changed the fifth dimension, but he also changed the fate of everyone. In the past, the fifth dimension, the sixth dimension, and the Dao world did not have a single true release realm expert. But now, let alone true release realm experts, there were many Dao validation realm experts. Moreover, Yi Xian also shared the Dao scripture. It could be said that Yi Xian changed everyone's fate. At this moment, when many people heard Yi Xian asking them to leave, their hearts were incomparably complicated. Unknowingly, they had already regarded the fifth dimension as their home. Here, it was really harmonious. In the sky, Yi Xian smiled again and said, Everyone, it is I, Yi Xian, who does not have the ability to protect everyone in this part of the universe. It has nothing to do with you. Below, an old man suddenly said in a trembling voice, Dao Master, why don't you escape? If you escape, with your talent, you might be able to contend against these people in the future. Escape? Yi Xian smiled lightly. They won't let me escape. Of course, I won't escape either. As he said that, he turned to look at Nian Nian beside him and said with a smile, I swore to you before. At that time, I said that I would live and die with the five-dimensional universe in the future. Although I was just playing tricks at that time, I never thought that this oath would actually come true. Nian Nian nodded slightly. She tightly held on to Yi Xian's hand. I will go with you. Yi Xian smiled. Okay. As he spoke, he looked at Dao City below. Everyone, stop wasting time. Let's go. Below, many people hesitated for a moment before fleeing one after another. This was a battle that they had no chance of winning. But there were still some people who stayed. Of course, there were not many. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Venerable Mi. At this moment, an old man appeared beside Venerable Mi. The person who came was Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy said softly, They can let those people below go, but they won't let us go. Yi Xian looked at Bai Dizzy and smiled. By Dizzy, as far as I know, your escaping skills are top-notch. Why don't you escape? By Dizzy looked at Yi Xian. You are doubting's only hope. If you die, then doubting really doesn't exist anymore. If doubting is gone, there is not much meaning in me living. So, let me accompany you to death. Yi Xian was speechless. Venerable Me suddenly said, By Dizzy is right. You are the doubting's last hope. If you perish today, then doubting will have no more hope. If doubting has no more hope, then what's the point of us living? As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Today, let us accompany you on your last journey. Yi Xian smiled. Then he said, I didn't expect that we would have to live and die together today. Life is so wonderful. As he spoke, he gazed at Enlancio and the others. His gaze swept past them with a complicated expression. I really want to let all of you go, but I know that all of you definitely won't. When he spoke up to this point, he grinned. All of you wanted to return the favor in the afterlife, but I feel like they won't allow me to have an afterlife. So I'm sorry. If there is a next life, please don't meet a man like me. Even I feel like I'm trash. Zhang Wenxiu gazed at Yi Xian. You've finally spoken the truth. Yi Xian laughed. He glanced at the women again and said, I don't want to see all of you die because that would be worse than death. So, let me die before all of you. As he spoke, he looked up at Venerable Tianji and the others and said softly, I want to defy the heavens and change my fate. I want to protect all of you and the fifth dimension by myself. But I can't do it. Reality is just so cruel. As he spoke, the blood within his body suddenly surged. In the next moment, a flame suddenly ignited within his body. Bloodline ignition. That wasn't all. His soul actually started to ignite as well. In a certain distant starry sky, a woman in a white robe suddenly stopped. She seemed to have sensed something, and she clenched her fists tightly while her eyes almost split apart from rage. Brother! Wait for me! Wait for me! As she spoke, she suddenly vanished at the end of the starry sky, and everywhere she passed was annihilated inch by inch. Chapter 1430. In the sky above Dao City, Yi Xian's ignition of his soul and bloodline shocked everyone. Even the celestial venerables and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Yi Xian to directly ignite his bloodline and soul. The celestial venerables stared at Yi Xian. Where is the person behind you? She had been waiting for the person behind Yi Xian to appear. But now there was no one. Could it be that Yi Xian didn't have any force behind him? Or could it be that the force behind Yi Xian wasn't strong at all? After seeing the whirling sect and an Yuan joining forces, the force behind him was afraid. They didn't dare to appear. Below, Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Celestial venerables, I want to see the power of a consolidation realm expert before I die. Can you satisfy me? The celestial venerables looked at Yi Xian. Where is the person behind you? I'm afraid he won't dare to appear. Li Qiuheng suddenly laughed. Just like the ancient god Abyss, once the price is too high, no one will be willing to protect Yi Xian. So Yi Xian must have been abandoned. He has been abandoned. The celestial venerables scanned the surroundings, but still didn't sense any powerful aura. No one appeared. At this moment, Li Qiuheng suddenly laughed. Yi Xian, didn't you want to see the power of a consolidation realm expert? I'll fulfill your wish. With that, he suddenly disappeared. Down below, Yi Xian laughed. Bring it on. With that, he leaped up and slashed at the sky with his sword. Dao Sword. This slash was unprecedentedly powerful. After igniting his bloodline and soul, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed like a volcanic eruption. And the moment Yi Xian slashed with his sword, he also used his Dao Seal. With the enhancement of the Dao Seal, bloodline, and soul, although he wasn't at the Dao Attainment realm, his aura was several times stronger than an average Dao Attainment realm expert. With this slash, a trace of shock flashed in the eyes of the celestial venerables. Yi Xian was only at the Dao defense realm. He was actually able to display such a powerful sword. The Empyrean looked down at Yi Xian. Truly a monster. At the moment when Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, a fist print swept down from the sky and directly blasted on Yi Xian's sword. Boom. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian returned to his original position. Li Qiuheng also returned to his original position. On his right fist, there was a deep sword scar. At this moment, Li Qiuheng's eyes turned solemn. This Yi Xian's strength had actually reached such a level. Meanwhile, the distant heavenly exalt suddenly said, "He's still getting stronger." Everyone looked at Yi Xian and saw that Yi Xian's aura was still rising crazily, as if there was no limit. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's body was slowly turning illusory. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked up at Li Qiuheng. Again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Hiss. A ray of sword light shot into the sky from below. A strand of monstrous sword energy shook the heavens and the earth. And it was so powerful that all the experts in the surroundings were visibly moved. Li Qiuheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly clenched his right fist. At the instant he clenched his fist, the space around his fist suddenly transformed into a spatial vortex. In the next moment, he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Bang! The spatial vortex suddenly swept down, and the entire sky actually warped at this moment. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword arrived before him. Bang! The spectators watched as Yi Xian's sword slashed against the spatial vortex. The entire heavens and the earth trembled violently, and then the spatial vortex exploded apart and transformed into nothingness. The sword continued forward and slashed straight at Li Qiuheng. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Li Qiuheng's eyes. He flicked his sleeve, took a step forward, squatted down, clenched his right fist, and then smashed it down. Obliterate! A strand of obliterating energy swept down, and everywhere it passed, space was obliterated. Bang! Yi Xian and his sword were blasted back to where they stood earlier, and the space before him and Li Qiuheng had become pitch black. At the same time, a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. In the sky, Li Qiuheng looked down at Yi Xian and said, "It's over." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then his figure plunged down. This charge seemed as if he intended to smash this expanse of the heavens and the earth into pieces. It was an extremely shocking sight. Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed while his right hand clenched tightly onto his sword. At this moment, he felt like he wasn't himself anymore. Strength. He felt like his body possessed boundless strength. He'd never felt so strong in his life. Of course, he knew that he'd obtained all of this at the cost of his life. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it, and suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he transformed into a fiery red ray of light that shot into the sky. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone, Yi Xian slashed Li Qiuheng back with a single strike of his sword, and the latter directly retreated 3 kilometers away. The eyes of the heavenly exalt in the sky instantly narrowed when he saw this scene. Yi Xian's strength was unusually strong. The other experts had extremely solemn expressions as well. Yi Xian's current strength wasn't inferior to a consolidation realm expert in the slightest. Even though Yi Xian had paid the price with his life, it was still too terrifying. In the sky, Li Qiuheng glanced at his chest. There was a sword mark there, and it was extremely deep to the point his bones could be seen. Li Qiuheng's expression was extremely unsightly. He'd never imagined that he'd actually been injured by Yi Xian twice in succession. An extraordinary humiliation. Li Qiuheng looked down at Yi Xian. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. A sword howl shook the heavens and the earth as a ray of light shot into the sky from below and slashed straight at Li Qiuheng. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings instantly changed when they saw this attack. This attack was even stronger than the previous one. Each attack was stronger than the previous one. Li Qiuheng didn't dare act carelessly in the sky. He pressed his palms together, and then he flipped his palms outwards when the attack arrived in front of him before swiftly pressing them forward. Bang! A powerful force swept out like a volcanic eruption from his palms. As soon as this force appeared, the entire sky instantly became illusory. Bang! Yi Xian's attack had been forcefully blocked. However, Li Qiuheng's countenance instantly turned ghastly pale. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he spun forward with his sword in hand. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. Li Qiuheng's pupils constricted, and then he swiftly moved his arms forward to block Yi Xian's attack. Bang! As soon as Yi Xian's sword descended, Li Qiuheng was instantly pushed over 10 kilometers back. At the same time, one of his arms had been slashed into pieces by Yi Xian. The heavenly exalt stared fixedly at Yi Xian from afar. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she'd overlooked Yi Xian until now. Even though she felt that Yi Xian was an extraordinary genius, Yi Xian hadn't been able to pose any threat to her at all. But at this moment, she suddenly realized that her thoughts were wrong. If Yi Xian were to mature, then he would be extraordinarily terrifying. The experts from Whirling World had extremely solemn expressions on their faces as well, because Yi Xian's combat strength had far exceeded their expectations. It could be said that, not to mention the fifth dimension, even if Yi Xian was in Whirling World, he would definitely be the #1 expert in the younger generation. Yi Xian must die. At this moment, both the Dark Abyss and Whirling World had unanimously come to a common understanding. The best way to deal with a genius was to strangle him. At this moment, Yi Xian once again rushed towards Li Qiuheng from afar. Wherever the sword light passed, it tore through everything. In the distance, Li Qiuheng's pupils suddenly shrank as he hurriedly said, "Attack!" At this moment, he no longer dared to fight against Yi Xian by himself. As soon as his voice fell, 2 Consolidation Realm experts from the Xuanhuan sect suddenly appeared in front of him. But Yi Xian didn't choose to retreat. He slashed out with his sword. The 2 experts suddenly disappeared from where they stood. Rumble! Rumble! The sky trembled violently. Under the joint attack of the 2 Consolidation Realm powerhouses, Yi Xian was forced to retreat repeatedly. However, he did not retreat for long before he suddenly stopped and slashed forward. Qi. A blood-red sword light pierced through the air. Boom. This sword strike directly forced the 2 Consolidation Realm experts to retreat. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the heavenly exalt and the others not far away became even more unsightly. Yi Xian's strength was constantly growing. Stronger and stronger. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of one of the Consolidation Realm experts. Just like before, he slashed down with his sword again. The Consolidation Realm expert didn't dare to be careless, and was about to attack with all his might when a sudden change occurred. A black and white Tai Chi circle suddenly appeared above his head, and in an instant, his realm was directly suppressed to the Dao Attainment realm. At the same time, Yi Xian's 4 domains directly enveloped the old man. This sudden turn of events caused the old man's expression to change drastically. He was just about to retreat, but it was too late. Yi Xian's sword fell. Qi. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian's sword slashed straight down from the old man's head. Qi. The sword slashed to the end, and the old man's body was split into 2. His soul was directly destroyed. The surroundings suddenly fell silent when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian had killed a Consolidation Realm expert. After all, Yi Xian was only at the Dao Attainment realm at this moment. Killing an enemy 2 levels above him? Not far away, the experts of the Whirling World looked at Yi Xian, as if they were looking at a monster. At this moment, Hu Bugui, who was next to the Celestial Venerable, suddenly said, "This person is too monstrous. Kill him." The Celestial Venerable nodded. "Kill him." As soon as her voice fell, a dozen Consolidation Realm experts suddenly rushed out in unison, heading straight for Yi Xian. Seeing the dozen Consolidation Realm experts rushing over, Yi Xian turned his head and glanced. He saw in Lanxiu Nian Nian, Zhang Wanxiu, Lian Wanli, Xiao Dao, and Qian Mo. The only regret was that he didn't see Yi Ling. But it was good that Yi Ling wasn't here, so he could live on. As long as he could live on, that was good. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. "Ling, I can't go find you. Don't blame me. You must live well." At this point, he suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the Consolidation Realm experts rushing towards him, and laughed. "Come on." As his voice fell, he began to completely release all his power. Self-destruct. Not far away, Li Qiuheng said somewhat crazily, "Kill him. Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, the experts behind him also rushed out one after another. And at this moment, a beast-like roar came from nowhere. Who dares to touch him? Who dares? Ah! The starry sky trembled. P.S. Vote for me. Chapter 1431. Everyone was stunned when they heard this voice. Who is it? Yi Xian listened to it as well, and he looked towards the depths of the starry sky. The voice was slightly familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. The heavenly venerable's eyes narrowed. It's here. The force behind Yi Xian has finally appeared. Hu Bugui raised his head and frowned. I don't sense her aura. The nearby Xiao clan's Xiao Pingxing said in a low voice. The person hasn't arrived, but his voice arrived first. Hu Bugui said softly. Looks like it's not easy to deal with her. Xiao Pingxing spoke indifferently. It's good to increase the difficulty. Otherwise it would be too boring. Hu Bugui smiled. Indeed. They were curious about the force behind Yi Xian, but they weren't afraid at all. What a joke. A few dozen consolidation realm experts were gathered here. Did they need to be afraid? Suddenly Li Qiuheng spoke fiercely. No matter who she is, kill Yi Xian first. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was an arrow at the end of its flight, and it was the best time to kill him. In next to no time, Li Qiuheng arrived in front of Yi Xian, and then he smashed his fist towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was powerless to resist because he'd overdrawn all his strength. He could only watch as the fist smashed towards him. Right at this moment, the executing heaven sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently, and numerous sword howls shook the heavens and the earth. At the same time, the space in front of Yi Xian was suddenly torn apart, and then a woman walked out from within it. The woman wore a white robe and had a wine gourd hanging from her waist. Along with the appearance of this woman, the gazes of everyone present descended onto her. Who is she? Yi Xian grinned when he saw her. Qing'er. She was Qing'er as well. But she wasn't a woman in a plain dress. Meanwhile, Li Qiuheng had arrived behind her. Li Qiuheng stared at the woman who had just appeared and said fiercely, You can go and die too. As soon as he finished speaking, his left hand suddenly blasted a punch towards the woman. However, in the next moment he was stunned. It wasn't just Li Qiuheng who was stunned, everyone else was stunned as well. Because a hand that was pure white like jade had suddenly grabbed onto Li Qiuheng's throat. This hand belonged to the white-robed woman. No one saw how the white-robed woman attacked. Even Li Qiuheng was dumbfounded at this moment. How did he get caught? The white-robed woman looked at Li Qiuheng. She lifted Li Qiuheng up like a little chick, her eyes bloodshot. What kind of trash are you? At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. At this moment, the expressions of the powerhouses from the whirling world turned solemn. A consolidation realm expert was actually powerless in front of this woman? The one who felt the most despair was still Li Qiuheng. He wanted to resist, but at this moment, all his strength seemed to have disappeared. He couldn't resist at all. At this moment, the white-robed woman exerted some force with her right hand. Ka-cha! A clear and melodious sound of bones breaking resounded in the field. Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, she directly plucked off Li Qiuheng's head. In the next moment, she held Li Qiuheng's head and threw it to the right. Boom! In the distance, a consolidation realm powerhouse was directly smashed by the head before he could react. Instant kill. Instantly killing two consolidation realm powerhouses. At this moment, the expressions of the Sky Sovereign and the others finally changed. At this moment, they seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter. Killing a consolidation realm powerhouse was like killing a chicken. The white-robed woman didn't attack again. Instead, she turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. I'm going to die. At this moment he felt extremely weak. Especially his soul, it was terrifyingly weak. The power of his bloodline was fine because he realized that although he had burned the power of his bloodline, it was useless. Even he couldn't extinguish his own blood. He had to admit that this made him feel a little ridiculous. If he couldn't do anything to his own blood, what the hell was this? The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian, and tears suddenly flowed from her eyes. With me here, how can you die? As she spoke, she gently placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. In the next moment, a powerful force directly enveloped Yi Xian. At the same time, with a wave of her right hand, the soul-suppressing sword appeared in her hand. She glanced at the soul-suppressing sword, then suddenly stabbed it into Yi Xian's chest. Boom! Suppressing the soul with the sword. Yi Xian's soul, which was about to dissipate, was forcibly suppressed by her power and the soul-suppressing sword. The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian. You need to nourish yourself. After saying that, she turned to look at the Sky Sovereign and the others and said fiercely, "My brother's soul is weak. Why don't you all die?" As soon as her voice fell, she suddenly punched out. 100 feet away, a Consolidation Realm powerhouse died on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone present was petrified. At this moment, the seriousness in the eyes of the Sky Sovereign and the others had turned into fear. With just one punch, the Consolidation Realm powerhouse died instantly. That was a Consolidation Realm powerhouse. The strongest powerhouse in the world. Not only the Sky Sovereign and the others, but Suja and the others who were hiding in the dark were also stunned. Suja gulped. He looked at Yi Xian below and said with a trembling voice, "This young master, yes sister. What kind of deities are they?" On the other side, the Lord and the others were silent. Especially Luo Ho and Aku Wang. At this moment, both of them were sweating profusely. Back then, they had wanted to kill Yi Xian and obtain the Tao scripture. If they really killed Yi Xian, the two of them did not dare to think about the consequences. Yan Yaoyao looked at the weak Yi Xian in the distance and said softly, "We still underestimated him." It was not just her. Everyone had underestimated the people behind Yi Xian. In the distance, after the white-robed woman killed the Consolidation Realm powerhouse with a punch, she waved her right hand and the Consolidation Realm powerhouse's soul was directly caught in her hand. Then, she turned around and placed the soul in front of Yi Xian. "Absorb, Yi Xian." At this moment, the Sky Sovereign suddenly said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, what happened between us and young Master Yi was a misunderstanding." The white-robed woman suddenly turned around, and in the next moment, she suddenly appeared in front of the Sky Sovereign. The Sky Sovereign's pupils suddenly shrank. Before he could react, the white-robed woman punched him in the face. Boom! The Sky Sovereign's head exploded like a watermelon. The white-robed woman grabbed the Sky Sovereign's soul, her face expressionless. "This is also a misunderstanding." The Sky Sovereign's soul stared at the white-robed woman. "Who the hell are you?" The white-robed woman did not answer the Sky Sovereign. She sent the Sky Sovereign's soul in front of Yi Xian. "Absorb, Yi Xian." The Sky Sovereign suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. "Ridiculous. I'm really ridiculous." All this time, her goal had been to deal with the people behind Yi Xian, but at this moment, she realized how ridiculous her idea was. The person in front of her was definitely far beyond the Consolidation Realm, and had even reached a realm that even she did not know. The reason why the people behind Yi Xian were not in this universe was because they were too strong, and this world was too weak. They did not want to play in this world. This was great. She and the others had joined forces to force them back. What was courting death? She was courting death. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the horizon. "Your Excellency, do you really have to be so ruthless?" Hearing this, the Sky Sovereign suddenly looked up. There were two old men standing in the sky. One wore a white robe, and the other wore a black robe. The Dark Abyss Yin Yang God. Seeing these two, the Sky Sovereign, who had originally given up resisting, suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment she saw hope. Yin Yang God. These two had reached the peak of the Consolidation Realm tens of thousands of years ago. As for now, their strength was unfathomable, and even she did not know how strong they were. At this moment, the white-robed woman looked up at the Yin Yang God, and among them, the white-robed old man looked at the white-robed woman. "Don't go too far." The white-robed woman's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Go too far? I'll show you what it means to go too far." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the sky, the Yin Yang God's expressions changed drastically, and the white-robed old man who led them directly smashed his fist down. This fist smashed down, and the entire starry sky trembled as if it was about to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the white-robed woman suddenly punched out. Boom. Under everyone's gaze, the white-robed old man's power suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the white-robed old man was directly sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, his physical body directly exploded, and only his soul remained. At the same time, the white-robed woman punched out again, but this time, her target was the black-robed old man on the other side. The black-robed old man didn't even have the chance to react before his body exploded into pieces. It was an instant kill. Everyone here was petrified when they witnessed this scene. As for the heavenly exalt, he felt despair. He truly felt despair. The yin-yang god actually didn't even have the ability to fight back before her. How strong is she? The white-robed woman directly brought the yin-yang god's souls over to Yi Xian. And then she gazed at Yi Xian and spoke gently. Quickly absorb them. Replenish them. Yi Xian was speechless. When she saw Yi Xian stunned, the white-robed woman spoke gently. Don't just stand there. Quickly absorb them. The expressions of everyone here became extremely strange when they witnessed this scene. This woman was as bad-tempered as a volcano in front of others, but she was as gentle as water in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he gazed at the heavenly exalt soul. The heavenly exalt stared fixedly at Yi Xian with slight resentment. Yi Xian, why didn't you tell me earlier that the person behind you is so heaven-defying? Yi Xian gazed at the heavenly exalt and said, Would you believe me if I told you that I'm the son of the ninth dimension? The heavenly exalt turned to gaze at the white-robed woman, but she remained expressionless. What's the point of being the son of the ninth dimension? Big brother, if you want, then I can destroy the ninth dimension and make you the master of it. Yi Xian was speechless. The heavenly exalt was speechless. Suddenly, a formidable aura suddenly assaulted them from afar, and it was so strong that it caused the entire starry sky to tremble. Everyone here raised their heads and looked towards the depths of the starry sky when they witnessed this scene. The white-robed woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a rare trace of seriousness in them. Meanwhile, the heavenly exalt suddenly gazed towards the depths of the starry sky and spoke in a trembling voice. It's definitely an expert of my dark abyss. Could it be the Abyss Master? The Abyss Master? Hope arose in the eyes of the yin and yang gods when they heard the heavenly exalt. The Abyss Master. That was a true powerhouse above the consolidation realm. Moreover, that was an expert that had surpassed the consolidation realm over 100,000 years ago. On the other side, the experts of the peaceful whirling world were quite excited as well. A top-rate expert of the dark abyss has arrived. There's hope. Didn't they notice that the invincible white-robed woman's expression had become slightly solemn? The aura in the starry sky was growing stronger and stronger, and it was so strong that it wasn't inferior to the white-robed woman at all. Right at this moment, the starry sky was suddenly torn apart, and then a woman walked out from within it. She held a sword in her hand. After she walked out, she glanced at the crowd below and said, Who bullied the members of the Yang clan? Everyone was speechless. Chapter 1432. Who's bullying the members of the Yang clan? Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. Yi Xian was stunned as well. Who's here? On the other hand, the heavenly exalt and the others were stunned as well, because there were quite a few people here, and it was the master of the dark abyss. After all, the master of the dark abyss was a man. Suddenly, the heavenly exalt's pupils constricted. You're Situ Tingyun. Situ Tingyun. The expressions of the yin and yang gods changed drastically when they heard the heavenly exalt. Situ Tingyun. This name was simply like a nightmare to Anne's abyss. It was exactly that woman who'd fought her way into Anne's abyss all those years ago, and she'd practically destroyed it. If she hadn't suddenly left, then Anne's abyss would have been gone by now. She's here. The heavenly exalt felt utter despair. She'd vanished for countless years, yet she'd returned to this universe for Yi Xian's sake. At this moment, she suddenly realized how naive her intentions to annihilate the people standing behind Yi Xian were. Any random person standing behind Yi Xian wasn't someone they could deal with. On the other side, the experts from the whirling world were dumbfounded. That woman isn't from An's abyss but from Yi Xian's side? We're finished. At this moment, the experts from Whirling World felt despair as well. Just the white-robed woman was enough to make them feel despair. Now, a swordsman who wasn't inferior to the white-robed woman had joined the fray. Situ Tingyun's gaze suddenly descended onto Yi Xian. It's you. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Are you Senior Situ Tingyun? Situ Tingyun smiled. You should call me Senior Sister. Senior Sister. Yi Xian was speechless. Situ Tingyun walked over to Yi Xian, sized up Yi Xian, and then shook her head. He's on the weak side. Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. Situ Tingyun suddenly gazed at the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman had a calm expression on her face. Situ Tingyun smiled. I've heard of you. The white-robed woman glanced at Situ Tingyun. He's indeed the person with the greatest natural talent in the sword Dao after him. No, your talent in the sword Dao is above his. Situ Tingyun. Actually, the white-robed woman was not exaggerating. After all, Situ Tingyun had relied on the green-clothed man's 3 strands of sword intent to attain her current accomplishments. It could be said that besides the green-clothed man, Situ Tingyun's accomplishments in the sword sect were the highest. Situ Tingyun smiled and said, Shall we get down to business first? White Robe nodded and looked at Yi Xian. Absorb it quickly. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He absorbed the souls of the celestial venerate and the yin-yang gods. After absorbing the souls of the 3, his soul recovered at a ridiculous rate. While Yi Xian was digesting those formidable souls, the white-robed woman suddenly turned around to gaze at the members of the Whirling World. Meanwhile, an old man walked forward. The old man bowed slightly to the white-robed woman. I am Xiao Pingsheng from the Xiao clan. Greetings, senior. The white-robed woman suddenly punched out. Boom. Xiao Pingsheng died instantly. His soul was annihilated. Everyone was speechless. At this moment, the remaining experts of the Whirling World were shocked to the extreme. It was an instant kill. It wouldn't be so terrifying if it was just a victory. But it was an instant kill. A peak consolidation realm expert didn't even have the ability to fight back. At this moment, Hubugue from the Dao returning courtyard suddenly said. Hubugue suddenly said, Retreat. With that, he turned around and fled. They could only flee. They had no chance against the white-robed god of death. The white-robed woman glanced at Hubugue. Did I allow you to flee? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly punched out. Boom. In the distance, Hubugue's expression changed drastically. He suddenly turned around and punched out. He knew he couldn't beat her, but he had to fight. If he didn't fight, he would definitely die. If he fought, he might have a chance to live. Boom. As soon as Hubugue punched out, a powerful force swept out from his fist like a tide. However, in the next moment, this powerful force vanished without a trace. At the same time, his entire body was forcefully wiped out by a powerful force. It was directly wiped out. The white-robed woman didn't stop. She suddenly pointed with her finger, and the executing heaven sword flew out. The next moment, a ray of sword light pierced through the air and traveled tens of thousands of miles. Chi. The sword traveled tens of thousands of miles. In the sky, bloody heads kept falling. Seeing this scene, Suzha and the others who were hiding in the dark looked extremely fearful. One should know that the Whirling Sect and the Dark Abyss had dozens of Consolidation Realm experts, and more than 100 Dao Attainment Realm experts. However, these people were like vegetables being chopped up. They didn't even have the ability to fight back. That sword directly killed dozens of Dao Attainment Realm and Consolidation Realm experts. This strength, Suzha wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He once again looked at Yi Xian, who was still absorbing souls not far away. This young master Ye's sister. I don't know how many sisters he has. It's too scary. On the other side, the Lord and the others were silent. They had to admit that they had been dealt a heavy blow. What was a strong expert? This was a strong expert. As for themselves, they were as weak as chickens in front of such a strong expert. On the other side, Xianchu was also watching this scene. In front of her stood a woman. It was Yuzun, who had come into contact with Yi Xian before. At this moment, Yuzun's expression was extremely grave. Before she came, she had specially investigated Yi Xian. Of course, she mainly wanted to investigate the white-robed woman. However, she didn't expect that the white-robed woman would appear instead of the white-robed woman. She also didn't expect that the white-robed woman would be so powerful. She definitely far surpassed Consolidation Realm experts. This time, the Dark Abyss and the Whirling World had kicked an iron plate. Behind Yuzun, the great elder of the Whirling sect suddenly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, we listened to Xian Chu and didn't join forces with the Dark Abyss and the others. At this moment, he was indeed afraid. If they had joined forces with the Dark Abyss and the other forces, it would have brought disaster to the Whirling sect. Although the Whirling sect had a deep foundation, they couldn't withstand the revenge of such a strong expert. Moreover, most importantly, there was more than one such expert. Who knew how many more there were? Xian Chu looked at Yi Xian in the distance and didn't say anything. In the distance, after the white-robed woman had killed those strong ones, she collected all of their souls and then sent them to Yi Xian. Absorb. Yi Xian's soul could be said to be extremely weak. The best way to nourish a soul was to use it to nourish it. At this moment, the souls of these experts were simply great nourishment for the current Yi Xian. After Yi Xian devoured the souls of the Sky Sovereign and the Yin-Yang gods, his soul aura suddenly skyrocketed. The white-robed woman suddenly turned to look at Suja, who was not far away. Seeing this, Suja hurriedly said, "Greetings, senior. We are young Master Ye's friends." The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian nodded. "Senior Suja and the others have helped me a lot." The white-robed woman nodded slightly and looked at Suja. "Thank you." Hearing this, Suja trembled. He was slightly flattered by this senior's thanks. But fortunately, this senior seemed to be reasonable. As for the white-robed woman, she was really a little unreasonable. The white-robed woman looked at Yuzun and the others. Seeing this, the great elder hurriedly said, "Sir, we are also good friends with young Master Yi." The white-robed woman retracted her gaze and looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was madly absorbing the souls of those experts. It was really great nourishment. Especially since he had the soul-suppressing sword. There wasn't much difference between him and the soul-suppressing sword. The white-robed woman just looked at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with gentleness. Actually, she didn't care about anything back then because there was nothing left for her to care about. During the battle between the white-robed woman and the green-robed man, she didn't choose to help the green-robed man not because she was afraid of the white-robed woman, but because she actually hoped that the white-robed woman could defy the heavens and change her fate. Among the four of them, the one they owed the most was her brother. No matter if it was her or the white-robed woman, they would never be able to forget that little boy that had starved to death in the cave. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't continue absorbing those souls because his soul had returned to normal, and it was better for the soul-suppressing sword to absorb the remaining souls. Yi Xian looked at the white-robed woman. "Qing'er." The white-robed woman nodded. She walked over to Yi Xian, and then she took Yi Xian's hand and said softly, "I'm sorry I'm late." Yi Xian laughed bitterly. "I thought I was dead for sure." The white-robed woman gazed at Yi Xian. "You won't die with me here." Yi Xian said softly, "Qing'er, you and Qing. Both of you are so strong. Do you know where she is now?" The white-robed woman raised her head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky. After a short moment, she shook her head. "She's very, very far away from us." Yi Xian asked, "Is it because of my misfortune seed?" The white-robed woman nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian furrowed his brows. "What is it?" The white-robed woman fell silent for a moment. "It's a very complicated thing. I don't know if this misfortune seed was forced upon you by others, or if it was your own doing. I've been investigating this matter, and I've just made some progress. Then someone informed me that you're in danger." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Who informed you?" The white-robed woman fell silent. Yi Xian was about to ask more questions, but the white-robed woman shook her head. "One day you'll understand everything." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right. I won't ask anymore." The white-robed woman turned to look at Suja. "Where is the Dark Abyss?" Hearing this, Suja was stunned for a moment, Then he was overjoyed. Suja hurriedly said, "Senior, I'm willing to lead the way." The white-robed woman nodded. "Lead the way." As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go settle the score." Yi Xian was speechless. Situ Tingyan suddenly asked, "Do you need my help?" The white-robed woman pulled Yi Xian's hand and walked away without looking back. "Do you think it's necessary?" P.S. One of our readers has a son today. Congratulations. I'll be giving everyone a red packet today. Remember to collect it. Unknowingly, many of our readers have already started their own families. I suddenly realized that we're all getting older. Chapter 1433. Along with the departure of Yi Xian and the white-robed woman, the fifth dimension suddenly fell silent. "Venerable," you said softly. "A calamity has descended upon Dark Abyss." Xianchu said softly, "I'm afraid it isn't just Dark Abyss." The corners of Venerable Yu's mouth curled up. "Yes. However, it's great news for us." The Grand Elder suddenly said, "Venerable Yu, if Yi Xian wants the last scripture of our swaying sect, then we—" Venerable Yu glanced at the Grand Elder. "Wait for him. Shouldn't we be the ones to give it to him?" The Grand Elder was speechless. On the other side, the Lord suddenly smiled. "What do you think?" Behind him, Rahu and the others were silent. What do they think? That woman is already invincible. How do they think? Qi Yaoyao suddenly smiled. Shouldn't we rejoice? The Lord smiled. Indeed. As he spoke, he looked towards the distance and said softly, "I finally know why Ancestor Doubting chose him. With such an expert behind him, wouldn't it be extremely easy for him to rebuild order?" Rahu suddenly said, "Can Dark Abyss stop that, Senior?" The Lord replied softly, "I don't think so. However, Ancestor Dark Abyss isn't a simple figure. How could someone who could create the Dark Abyss be ordinary? Moreover, the Dark Abyss has existed for so long, and its foundation is far beyond our imagination." Qi Yaorao smiled. "That's not something we should worry about." The Lord grinned. Indeed. As if he'd thought of something, he suddenly looked towards Situ Tingyan. "We almost forgot about this, Senior." A woman walked over to Situ Tingyan. It was Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu smiled and said, "Tingyun." Situ Tingyan grinned. "Senior Sister Lu." Senior Sister Lu hesitated for a moment before she said, "Do you know anything about him?" Situ Tingyan shook her head. "I don't." Senior Sister Lu fell silent. Situ Tingyan suddenly turned to look at Nian Nian. Nian Nian hurriedly lowered her head when she saw Situ Tingyan looking over. Situ Tingyan walked over to Nian Nian and smiled. "What's your name?" Nian Nian said softly, "Nian Nian." Situ Tingyan turned around to gaze at Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu hesitated for a moment before she said, "She's a fifth dimension Tendo." "Tendo?" Situ Tingyan smiled. "Interesting. There's actually such an expert in this universe." Senior Sister Lu looked at Situ Tingyan. "Tingyun, can you help her recover her memories?" Situ Tingyan shook her head. Senior Sister Lu frowned slightly. "Not either." Situ Tingyan smiled and said, "She might have intentionally lost her memories. I believe that she will recover her memories when it's necessary." "Was it intentional?" Senior Sister Lu looked at Nian Nian in silence. Soon, her expression became complicated. What kind of person was the fifth dimension Tendo? That was a person whose strength and intelligence were close to that of a demon. How could such a person lose his memory? Could she be plotting something again? At that moment, Situ Tingyan suddenly turned her head. A powerful aura was rapidly approaching the fifth dimension's starry space from the whirling world to the fifth dimension. Another expert from the whirling world had arrived. Everyone was looking at the teleportation formation. It didn't take long for an old man to walk out from within it. He glanced at the surroundings and spoke in a low voice. "Where are they?" No one answered him. The old man suddenly gazed at Yuzun's group. "Yuzun, where are they?" Yuzun smiled. "So it's the Supreme Elder of the Blackout sect." The old man gazed at Yuzun. "What exactly happened here?" Yuzun hesitated for a moment before he said, "I want to tell you what happened as well, but I think that you might not believe me. The old man stared fixedly at Yuzun. Something has happened to them. Yuzun nodded. Yes. The old man's face turned gloomy. Impossible. He seemed to have thought of something, and he glanced coldly at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze descended onto Situtingyan. Who is it? Situtingyan smiled. I can be considered to be Yi Xian's senior sister. Yi Xian. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly while he slowly clenched his right fist, but he didn't dare attack, because the woman before him gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. In his opinion, this was extremely absurd because he'd already attained the peak of the consolidation realm, and there weren't many in this world that could pose a threat to him. But at this moment, he really did sense danger. The old man thought for a moment before he relaxed his right hand. He felt that it was better to be cautious and keep a low profile. He looked at Situtingyan. Where are the members of my blackout sect? Situtingyan smiled. They're dead. The old man's expression instantly turned cold. They're dead? My blackout sect has 8 consolidation realm experts and a few dozen at the Dao attainment realm. You're saying that they're dead? Situtingyan nodded. They're indeed dead. The old man laughed from extreme rage. Dead? Don't tell me that they were killed. Situtingyan shook her head. That's not it. The old man pointed angrily at Situtingyan. What a huge joke. 8 consolidation realm experts and a few dozen consolidation realm experts in total. Yet you're saying that they were killed. Situtingyan suddenly interrupted the old man. Is the consolidation realm very strong? The old man was stunned. Situtingyan hesitated for a moment before she said, I don't mean to offend you, but I feel that it's enough to kill a consolidation realm expert with hands, right? Everyone. On the other side, Yuzun's expression was very unnatural. The High Lord shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's too much of a blow. In front of Situtingyan, the old man suddenly pointed at himself and smiled. I'm a consolidation realm expert. You have hands and 2 hands at that. Why don't you try killing me? Situtingyan blinked. That's what I said. The old man smiled. That's what I said. At this point, the old man's pupils suddenly constricted because he saw a sword, a very, very ordinary sword. The sword was slightly blurry at first, but it quickly became clear. However, when he saw the sword clearly, it had already pierced his throat. A sword pierced through his throat. The old man looked at Situtingyan in disbelief. This? Situtingyan shrugged. I was the one who killed him. The old man was at a loss. Why? Why can't I even take a single sword strike? Situtingyan blinked. You might be a little weak. The old man suddenly roared. I'm at the peak of the consolidation realm. I'm at the peak of the consolidation realm. Situtingyan hesitated for a moment before she said, I was wrong. It's not that you're weak, but that you're very weak at the consolidation realm. The old man. On the other side, Lord Yu shook his head. This woman's words are so infuriating. I can't take it anymore. With that, she turned around and left. Xianchu. The High Lord shook his head and smiled bitterly. This senior is speaking. Farewell, farewell. With that, he turned around and left. Luo Ho and the others. In the distance, the old man in front of Situtingyan was at a loss. At the instant Situtingyan attacked, he knew that he'd encountered a true expert. She was too strong, and he was too weak. In some places, consolidation realm experts were at the top of the pyramid, but in other places, they were like cabbages. Different environments had different values. At this moment, Situtingyan suddenly looked at Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu, let's catch up. Senior Sister Lu nodded. All right. The 2 women left. The starry sky returned to peace once more. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword, and the white-robed woman was by his side. Suja wasn't too far away from them. At this moment, Suja was extremely excited. How many years had the ancient god Abyss and the dark Abyss been fighting for? Countless years. However, both sides hadn't come to a conclusion. But now, the situation was about to change. Yi Xian suddenly looked at the white-robed woman. Qing, do you know the origin of my bloodline? The white-robed woman nodded. I do. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Who am I? The white-robed woman hesitated for a moment, And then she said, I know who your father is, but I don't know your mother. However, I do know that your mother isn't ordinary. Duguxian. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. My mother is Duguxian, but she said she was going to look for someone, and we haven't heard from her since. The white-robed woman said, she's very complicated, and I don't know the specifics. However, I do know that she isn't an ordinary person. Yi Xian fell silent. The white-robed woman continued. Don't think too much about it. What you have to do is live well. Yi Xian spoke softly. I want to become as strong as you. The white-robed woman said. Time. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. That Qing, I know, has lived for over 200,000 years. If she lived for that long, she would be as strong as you. Over 200,000 years. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Qing, are you originally from the three-dimensional universe? The white-robed woman nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why are all the people from the three-dimensional universe so terrifying? The white-robed woman fell silent for a moment, then said, in the entire three-dimensional universe, there are only a few special ones. Yi Xian asked again, Qing, you've been to very far places, do you know how big this universe is? The white-robed woman shook her head. There's no end. Yi Xian asked, infinite. The white-robed woman nodded. Something like that. As she said this, she seemed to have thought of something and said, there's a place that we have to be careful of. Yi Xian asked, what place? The white-robed woman was about to speak when Suja suddenly said, Senior, we've arrived. We've arrived. Yi Xian looked up and saw a huge abyss not far away. That abyss was like a pitch-black black hole in the starry sky, deep and mysterious. The dark abyss. Suja said solemnly, Senior, this is the dark abyss. There's a powerful enchantment around it. At this moment, the white-robed woman threw a punch. Boom. The huge abyss trembled violently. Immediately after, the boundary around the abyss vanished into thin air. The white-robed woman looked at the abyss, her face expressionless. Are you going to commit suicide, or should I kill you? Suja was speechless. Chapter 1434. Domineering. Too domineering. Suja looked at the white-robed woman. Why was Yi Xian's sister so domineering? Right at this moment, the enormous abyss suddenly trembled. In the next moment, an old man walked out from within it. Suja quickly said, Senior, this is an elder of an Yuan. His strength is at the peak of the consolidation realm. The white-robed woman nodded. You don't need to introduce me to someone who is about to die. Suja was speechless. In the distance, the old man bowed slightly to the white-robed woman. Senior, I and Yuan was in the wrong this time. I and Yuan am willing to return the two scriptures and apologize to young Master Yi. He admitted defeat. Obviously, and Yuan already knew about what happened in the fifth dimension. The white-robed woman's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Apologize? As she said that, she punched out. Boom. Before the old man could react, he was directly smashed into pieces by the white-robed woman's punch. The white-robed woman said, Brother, apologize to him. Yi Xian was speechless. Suja had a strange expression on his face. At this time, another old man came out from the abyss. This old man held a black cane in his hand and looked at the white-robed woman. Your Excellency, do you really want to be so ruthless? The white-robed woman was expressionless. When you went against my brother, did you think of holding back? The old man said in a low voice, Your Excellency, we already know our mistakes. The white-robed woman's expression became ferocious. Mistakes? Since you know your mistakes, why don't you die? Suja blinked and sweated. This senior is too scary. In the distance, the old man stared at the white-robed woman. Your Excellency, I and Yuan am not easy to bully. The white-robed woman laughed. I will bully you right now. As she said that, she punched out. Boom. The huge abyss in the distance began to shatter. Seeing this scene, the old man's expression changed. The white-robed woman wanted to destroy the entire dark abyss. The old man quickly said, Sacrificial array. As soon as he finished speaking, The dark abyss suddenly trembled violently, and then numerous black blades flew out from within it. Moreover, figures could be seen within these blades. Yi Xian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. These giant blades contained extremely powerful energy that could easily tear space apart. At this time, the white-robed woman punched out. Boom! Those huge blades were instantly transformed into nothingness. At the same time, the entire dark abyss started to shatter. In next to no time, numerous shrill cries resounded from within the dark abyss, and then countless people fled from within it. The old man's countenance instantly turned pale when he witnessed this scene. At this moment, he was truly on the verge of despair. What kind of person was he? Why was he so ridiculously powerful? The white-robed woman was about to attack again, but at this moment, a middle-aged man, who was wearing a white robe, suddenly appeared. The man suddenly appeared in front of the white-robed woman. Suja's expression instantly became solemn when he saw this person, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, this person is the current master of the Dark Abyss, and his name is Mo Yuan." Mo Yuan looked at the white-robed woman. "Are you from Xian City?" The white-robed woman's face was expressionless. Without answering, she directly punched out. In the distance, Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. In the next moment, he suddenly rushed forward and also punched out. The moment he punched out, the space around him directly distorted into a strange shape. At the same time, the surrounding starry sky even cracked inch by inch. Compared to the white-robed woman's simple punch, the momentum of Mo Yuan's punch could be said to be earth-shattering. But soon, the power of Mo Yuan's punch began to dissipate inch by inch, like snow meeting boiling oil. Seeing this scene, Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. How is this possible? As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body disappeared without a trace, killed with a single punch. In the distance, Suja's expression became extremely solemn. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, and he was extremely shocked. He knew that he had seriously underestimated the strength of this senior. That was Mo Yuan. The current master of the Dark Abyss had been killed by a punch from the white-robed woman. Yi Xian was also a little shocked. Just how strong was this Qing? The white-robed woman didn't stop. She looked at the shattered Dark Abyss and blasted out another punch. A fist seal swept out. If this punch entered the Dark Abyss, the entire Dark Abyss would be turned into nothingness in an instant. One punch to destroy a world. However, just as the punch was about to enter the Dark Abyss, a finger seal suddenly flashed out from the Dark Abyss. Boom! The white-robed woman's fist seal was directly blocked, but in the next moment, the finger seal directly shattered. The fist seal went straight into the Dark Abyss, but there was no movement. Not far away, Suja's expression became solemn. He knew that the true expert of the Dark Abyss had appeared. Could it be the second elder of the Dark Abyss? The white-robed woman looked at the Dark Abyss with a calm expression. At this moment, an old man walked out of the Dark Abyss. The old man's back was a little heavy, and his hair was white. He looked particularly weak. Suja frowned because he didn't know the old man at all. The hunchbacked old man gazed at the white-robed woman, and a trace of a complicated expression flashed through his eyes. I never expected that the Dark Abyss would suffer such a calamity today. The white-robed woman clenched her right fist slowly. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked old man suddenly said, "Senior, I and Yuan am willing to submit to young Master Yi. I wonder if Senior can spare my life?" The white-robed woman turned to look at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked old man hurriedly added, "Young Master Yi, if you're willing to show mercy, I and Yuan will follow young Master Yi forever." Yi Xian smiled. "I don't need it." The hunchbacked old man was stunned. Suja was stunned as well. He'd thought that Yi Xian would agree. After all, the entire Dark Abyss submitting to him was extremely tempting. After all, Yi Xian had subdued the doubting as well, and the Dark Abyss was even more powerful than the doubting. The hunchbacked old man looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, this old man doesn't understand. As far as I know, didn't you give the doubting a chance? Why can't you give it to me?" Yi Xian shook his head. "When the doubting ancestor made me the doubting master, the doubting was stronger than me, Yi Xian. The doubting ancestor's strength was enough to crush me. But now you chose to submit not because you want to submit, but because you want to live. The difference is huge. The hunchbacked old man was stunned, and just as he was about to speak, the white-robed woman suddenly said angrily, "My brother said there's no need. You don't understand, do you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she punched out. Boom. Before the hunchbacked old man could finish his words, his entire body turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. He was directly erased. It was obvious that the white-robed woman had used a bit of strength in that punch. After killing the hunchbacked old man with a single punch, the white-robed woman looked at the shattered dark abyss, and in the next moment, she punched out. A fist swept through the battlefield, and the space in its path was annihilated inch by inch. It was an extremely shocking sight. If this fist entered the dark abyss, the entire dark abyss would be instantly turned into nothingness. Just as the fist was about to enter the dark abyss, a shadow suddenly appeared at the entrance of the dark abyss, and the shadow flicked his sleeve. Boom. The white-robed woman's fist was instantly blocked by a mysterious force. Suja's voice trembled as he spoke from afar. "Dao brother." The shadow before them was the ancestor of the dark abyss, Dao brother. However, it wasn't his true body, it was just a shadow. Dao brother. He was one of the disciples of the previous owner of the Dao scripture. Moreover, he had created the dark abyss. Dao brother looked at the white-robed woman in the distance, and he just looked at her without saying a word. After that, his body started to dissipate bit by bit. Suja frowned slightly when he saw this. What does this mean? Just like that, the Dao brother slowly disappeared in front of the three of them. Yi Xian was silent. What did she mean by this? At this moment, the white-robed woman waved her right hand, and two rays of white light suddenly flew out from the dark abyss and landed steadily in her hands. Dao scripture. 2 Dao scriptures. Yi Xian was about to speak, but the white-robed woman suddenly punched out. Boom. In the distance, the entire dark abyss was directly turned into nothingness. Completely wiped out. Seeing this scene, Suja's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The dark abyss and the ancient god abyss had been fighting for so many years, but now, this force had completely disappeared. At this moment, the white-robed woman suddenly said, "Let's go." Suja hurriedly asked, "Back to the 5th dimension?" The white-robed woman nodded. Suja was about to speak, but the white-robed woman said again, "Then go to the whirling world." Go to the whirling world. Suja was stunned. This senior still didn't want to give up? At this moment, the white-robed woman suddenly said, "Let's go." As she said this, she pulled Yi Xian and turned to leave. Suja hesitated for a moment, then followed. Whirling world. Somewhere in the clouds suddenly trembled. Soon, 4 experts appeared above the clouds. These 4 people were the Xuanhuan sect's sect master Li Shanshui, the Xuanji sect's sect master Gu Wuchao, the Dao Returning Academy's sect master Yun Min, and the Xiao clan's patriarch Xiao Jing. Xuanhuan sect's sect master Li Shanshui suddenly said, "I think everyone should know that something has happened to the 5th dimension." Gu Wuchao said in a deep voice, "I can no longer contact the people of my Xuanji sect." Dao Returning Academy's sect master Yun Min said softly, "Me too." Xiao Jing also said, "My Xiao clan too." Xuanhuan sect's sect master Li Shanshui suddenly said, "They might all be dead." Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed. Li Shanshui said softly, "Everyone this time, we might have kicked an iron plate." Xiao Jing looked at Li Shanshui. "No one should be able to destroy them over there." Li Shanshui said in a deep voice, "We might have underestimated the force behind that Yi Xian." Everyone fell silent. The force behind Yi Xian. Why had they sent so many experts to the 5th dimension this time? They wanted to destroy the force behind Yi Xian, seize the Dao scripture, and divide the 5th dimension. But now, all the people they had sent were gone. Li Shanshui suddenly said, "Everyone, the people behind Yi Xian will definitely not let this go." Xiao Jing said in a deep voice, "In Brother Li's opinion, what should we do next?" A cold light flashed in Li Shanshui's eyes. "We can't sit still and wait for death. We must strike first to gain the upper hand." As he said this, he looked at everyone. Everyone this time, we must work together and unite as one. I have already asked all the experts of my Xianfei sect to rush back. Not only that, I have also invited some of the elders who are in seclusion. All the experts of my Xianfei sect have rushed to the transmission array here. Everyone, I hope that you can do the same. Don't think that you will get lucky. The other party was able to destroy so many of us, so they must have a lot of people. None of our 4 clans can contend against them. Only when the 4 clans unite as one will we have a chance. After the other 3 were silent for a moment, Xiao Jing suddenly said, I will immediately ask all the experts of my Xiao clan to rush here. Dao Returning Academy Master Yun Min also said, the people of my Dao Returning Academy will arrive here in an hour at most. Xuanji Sect Master Gu Wuchao said, within an hour, all the experts of my Xuanji sect who are at or above the Dao attainment realm will appear here. Soon, countless experts of the entire whirling world rushed towards the transmission array that led to the 5th dimension. More and more people came because there were many vassal forces under the 4 super forces. P.S. Thank you for the support of all the readers. The monthly votes have increased a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't think about healthcare anymore. Work hard to earn milk powder money. I want to be a righteous person. Chapter 1435. Under the call of the 4 major forces, more and more forces from the Saha world began to join them. However, the Whirling sect, which had the greatest influence in the Whirling world, did not make any moves. Whirling sect. In a certain pavilion, 2 women sat facing each other. One of the women was Yuzun, who had rushed back from the 5th dimension. The other woman was the current sect master of the Whirling sect, Yushi. The 2 of them were playing chess. Yushi raised a piece and placed it down. Is what you said true? Venerable Yu laughed. Senior sister, do you think I would lie to you? Yushi shook her head. Her eyes flashed a trace of complexity. I just can't believe that there is such a strong person in this world. Venerable Yu said in a low voice. I didn't believe it in the beginning either. Yushi shook his head and smiled. It seems that our vision is too narrow. In other words, the whirling world has limited us. Yuzun raised a chess piece and placed it down. Then he said, Senior sister, have you considered it? Yushi chuckled and said, what's there to consider? Exchanging a Taoist scripture for a good karma, no matter how you look at it, it's our gain. Venerable Yu smiled and said, indeed. Yushi turned his head and took a look. Now more and more experts from the whirling world are rushing to that teleportation array. It seems that Xianhuan sect wants to fight to the death. Venerable Yu shook his head. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In her opinion, numbers meant nothing to a powerhouse at the level of the white-robed woman. Most importantly, there was also a female swordsman. That female swordsman was also terrifying. If the 2 of them joined forces, they could even shatter the whirling world, let alone destroy the mystic nebulous sect and other forces. At that moment, an old man suddenly appeared behind the 2 women. The old man bowed slightly and said, Sect Master Li Shanshui of the Profound Nether Sect has come to visit. Do you want to see him? Hearing this, Yushi looked at Yuzun and said with a smile, why do you think he came here? Venerable Yu spoke indifferently. He wants us to join forces with him. Yushi smiled and said, yes. The old man bowed slightly and then quietly retreated. A moment later, Li Shanshui appeared in front of the 2 women. Yushi stood up and said with a smile, Brother Li, why are you free to come to my whirling sect today? Li Shanshui smiled and said, Sect Master Yu, to tell you the truth, I came this time because I have something to ask of you. Yushi rolled his eyes at Li Shanshui. Brother Li, what do you mean by begging? You're treating me like an outsider. What's the matter, Brother Li, just say it. Li Shanshui looked at Yushi. Sect leader Yu, I think you should already know what happened in the 5th dimension. Yushi blinked. What is it? Li Shanshui's expression was calm. Damn, this woman is playing dumb. Li Shanshui smiled slightly. Sect leader Yu, I will be straightforward. We underestimated the power behind Yi Xian in the 5th dimension. This time, we want the whirling sect to join us. If sect leader Yu agrees, after we kill Yi Xian, all the Tao scriptures on him will belong to the whirling sect. Yu Zun glanced at Li Shanshui. Needless to say, Li Shanshui's conditions were very tempting. After all, if the whirling sect obtained the Taoist scriptures from Yi Xian, they would have a total of 7 Taoist scriptures. Of course, not to mention 7 Taoist scriptures, the whirling sect wouldn't even be tempted by 9 Taoist scriptures. They didn't dare to be tempted. Yushi smiled. Sect leader Li, this condition is very tempting. However, sect leader Li, I will tell you the truth. This time, we won't interfere in the matter between you and the 5th dimension. Li Shanshui frowned. Why? Yushi smiled slightly. Sect leader Li, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but why should we interfere? Li Shanshui was silent. Yushi continued. Sect leader Li, if you obtain the Taoist scriptures from Yi Xian, my whirling sect won't be jealous. Li Shanshui glanced at Yushi and said, farewell. With that, he turned and left. After Li Shanshui left, Yu Zun suddenly said, actually, if they go to the 5th dimension now, they can still be saved. Yushi looked at Yu Zun. How? Yu Zun smiled. Admit your mistake and beg for mercy. Yushi smiled. They won't. Yu Zun nodded. As if thinking of something, she suddenly looked at Yushi. Senior sister, why didn't you tell him about the true strength of the person behind Yi Xian? Yushi blinked. He didn't ask. Yu Zun gave a thumbs up. No wonder Master passed the position of sect leader to you. Amazing. Yushi smiled. If you want, I can give it to you right now. Yu Zun stood up and walked over to Yushi. Senior sister, if I had the intention to fight for the position of sect leader, would you have let me go? Yushi grabbed Yu Zun's hand and smiled lightly. Am I that bad in your heart? Yu Zun smiled. Even now, I still can't see through you. Yushi looked at Yu Zun. After I took over the whirling sect, have I harmed anyone? Yu Zun was silent for a moment, then smiled. I was thinking too much. With that, she turned and left. On the spot, Yushi said softly, silly girl. Somewhere in the clouds, more and more experts were gathering here. They were experts from all over the world. And they were all summoned by Xuanhuan sect and other forces. The experts of the Xuanhuan sect and other forces had also arrived. At this moment, there were 69 Consolidation Realm experts gathered here. In addition, there were more than 300 Dao Attainment Realm experts and thousands of Dao Defense Realm experts. It seemed like a lot, but it was actually normal, because most of the top experts in the whirling world were here, in the 5-dimensional universe. After Yi Xian and the white-robed woman returned to the 5-dimensional universe, they did not stop. Instead, they directly went to the teleportation formation to the whirling world. The white-robed woman glanced at Suzhou in the distance. You can stay here. Suzhou hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. The white-robed woman nodded slightly, then led Yi Xian towards the teleportation formation. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Count me in. Yi Xian turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Situ Tingyan. The white-robed woman said, I alone am enough. Situ Tingyan smiled. I want to join in the fun. The white-robed woman was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, Then let's go together. Situ Tingyan smiled. Then let's go. After saying that, she turned into a sword light and entered the teleportation formation. The white-robed woman and Yi Xian disappeared on the spot. In the teleportation formation passage, Yi Xian looked at Situ Tingyan. Senior sister, I would like to ask you for advice on Sword Dao. Sword Dao. Situ Tingyan blinked, then smiled. The person beside you is also a swordsman, and a powerful swordsman. Yi Xian looked at the white-robed woman. Qing, are you a sword and fist cultivator? The white-robed woman nodded. Sort of. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Then can you provide me with some guidance in Sword Dao? The white-robed woman glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said, Your current Sword Dao already has a flavor of its own. However, it's still very, very lacking in terms of intent. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Is there any way to improve it? The white-robed woman thought for a moment, and then she said, I can point you in a direction. As for whether you're able to improve it, that's up to you. Yixian nodded. All right. The white-robed woman said. Your current comprehension of the sword Tao has attained the level of the unrestrained sword heart. What is the unrestrained sword heart? It's when the sword isn't restrained by yourself or anything else. However, your sword hasn't attained true freedom. What is freedom? It's freedom that comes naturally from not attaining it. You're far from attaining that level right now. The reason you're unable to attain that level is because you have too many trivial matters and too many burdens. There's an invisible shackle in your heart, and it's preventing you from attaining true freedom. Yixian fell silent. He understood what the white-robed woman meant. Because of the matter regarding the fifth dimension, he was utterly unable to attain true freedom in the sword heart. Yixian asked another question. Qing. Then what about the level above the unrestrained sword heart? The white-robed woman gazed at Yixian and said, I can't tell you that. Yixian was slightly puzzled. Why? The white-robed woman spoke softly. You've already created your own path in the sword Tao. You can only explore this path on your own. Do you understand what I mean? Yixian fell silent. The white-robed woman continued. If you continue on this path, then your sword Tao will truly create a path that truly belongs to you. At that time, you'll become someone that isn't within your realm of cultivation. As for our path in the sword Tao, even though you can walk it as well, there's no need for you to. Yixian nodded slightly. I understand. The white-robed woman glanced at Situ Tingyun in the distance and said, her sword Tao was also created by her own. Situ Tingyun nodded. Regardless of whether it's the sword Tao or any other path, it's best to walk one's own path. Even though it's much simpler to walk someone else's path, there are too many limitations. As she spoke, she smiled faintly. In our eyes, there are only two types of people in this world. One is within the realm of cultivation, and the other is outside the realm of cultivation. Those within the realm of cultivation are equivalent to what the Milky Way realm calls the novice village. Those outside the realm of cultivation are the true experts. Yixian blinked. What's the meaning of novice village? Situ Tingyun smiled and said. It means that they're very, very weak. Yixian was speechless. Situ Tingyun continued. Of course, the owner of this scripture is considered an expert. However, those who walk his path are not. Unless one surpasses him, one can only be considered to be unconventional. Unconventional, Yixian said in a low voice. Is the owner of this scripture very formidable? Situ Tingyun smiled and said, I've never seen him. However, he was able to create a complete martial arts system, so he's definitely a genius amongst geniuses. Such a person is rare in this world. The white-robed woman nodded. This scripture's martial arts system is not bad indeed. As for the owner of this scripture, I've never seen him before, so I won't comment on him. Yixian suddenly asked, What about the woman in the plain dress? How strong is she? Situ Tingyun fell silent. The white-robed woman fell silent as well. Yixian glanced at the two of them and said softly, Both of you should know, right? Situ Tingyun gazed at the white-robed woman. Ask her. Yixian gazed at the white-robed woman. The latter fell silent for a moment before she said, Let's change the topic. Yixian was speechless. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.